wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
What's cracking, one and all? We are here for some ESL 1 qualifiers to head into the Kuala Lumpur event. And of course, that's going to be bringing us some more North American teams competing for that one single slot that will get you into the $1 million tournament. My name is Snare. I'm going to be joined yet again by ET. What's happening, homie? How are you feeling today? And what's been your takeaway so far from the qualifiers that we've seen?
It's just been, now is time. Now it's where we get to see those big boys play. It's where we get to see the teams really show their mettle. I think today is going to be really the proving grounds and going to lay the framework for who's going to make it to the grand final. And one team will make it to the grand final by the end of the day. We'll get to cover that series later. But I think now it's just see if all the scrimming's worth it. See if all of that practice leading up until this moment is going to pay off. You want that easy route in to where there's a lot of pressure on Bammy Soy coming into this series because, well, you're versus probably the two top teams here. You're versus TSM. If you can beat them, then you're going to have to, take on Nouns next most likely. But even that series is a toss-up. It's where I think these NA squads are really close. We talked about it yesterday, the growing pains with international squads. Maybe that's something that the real NA teams can hope for. But speaking of real NA teams, even Bammy Soy, who's got 3 NA vets, is still reaching out of the region. They've got some Ancient Tribe players on their team. They're going for mix-ups as well. Everybody's trying to be as competitively viable as they can be. So fingers crossed they can give TSM some more trouble than they saw yesterday. But TSM were also on fire. It didn't seem like there was a situation where they could lose in yesterday's series. But granted, none of those 4 teams looked like they were going to lose any of those games. They all looked fabulous.
Yep, they all like cruise over their opposition. I mean, yesterday, by and large, was a day of stomps. You literally called it at the beginning saying it feels like a 2-0 sweep the entire day, and that's practically what happened. But that's what makes this matchup interesting, right? Because sometimes I feel like you get the measure of a team when you see them play difficult games, see how they have to recover under those circumstances, see what kind of plays they can come up with when their backs are against the wall. When teams have been just cruising through victory, you don't actually know what's going to happen when they encounter their first challenges, encounter their first problems. So both of these teams are going to have to find ways to play at their best without having necessarily been challenged up until those points just yet. One thing that I did find very interesting from yesterday, I think TSM was the only team that did something very peculiar with their drafts going in for that offlane Luna. Is there any possibility that they throw that in again today against Bammy Soy? Or was that just a, hey, the matchup is easy enough for us, let's try something new while we're already winning?
Yeah, I think it was a try something new while we're already winning, but also just giving Tomato the respect he deserves on CK and the respect he commands. He's just played that hero for so many years at this point. He's rock solid. He knows, not that Kasane can't play it. Kasane can surely play Chaos Knight, but I think Tomato was just feeling himself. And we spoke about in that series, they ended up bopping all 3 lanes pretty much with that change up. So they absolutely read the situation correctly. But we'll see if CK even ends up in TSM's hands. That's where I think ban-wise, Bammy Soy need to be on point. Yesterday, all that they ran was just simply Weaver plus support on 13. Once we actually get into the lobby, I can only imagine that they're going to look to stay in their prep, look for more second pick, even yesterday, spoke about how first pick feels a little bit better, feels a little bit more broken for sure, just because you throw something on the board that your opponents have to react to. But again, that's where, do you have a coach? How prepped are you? Will your bans land? Or does some broken combination of heroes get through? It's where Bammy Soy specifically have been banning out the Bristleback. They fear the back a little bit more, even though it got almost no love yesterday. Almost nobody played it. The one game we saw, it really didn't matter what he was doing. Felt like that was kind of a nil factor. But across the world, that hero demands respect. Everybody's banning it. Everybody's still picking it in the other regions. So I'm ready for those upper echelon teams to run it because I just want to see it do its thing if it gets through like it has been in the region.
Speaking of things that got through in the region or that was targeted somewhat in the region relative to the rest of the world. Remember yesterday when we were watching the games against Nouns and I was confused as to why we saw first pick or first ban rather on Chen. Both games, immediately, like before anything else happened. I went and shit, right? It turns out Chen in this particular qualifier has actually been pretty damn busted. Across 24 Ks, the hero has 83% win rate, which is pretty substantial. It's also been played in every single region. Not one of those heroes that's just been completely locked to one particular part of the world. What do you think it's actually, when you think about Chen conceptually, what do you think it is that's enabling the hero to be as good as he is right now?
I think it's a combination of not having the big hero, you don't want to draft a Doom right now. You don't want to have to go for a hero that ends up countering it. Even Enchantress, it feels good, but in NA, you're restricted on your players. In this situation with Bamisoy, I think maybe you've got a little bit of wiggle room because you've got a player like Husky who's extremely experienced on those creep-based fives, but I think it's just overwhelming. I also think that's where heroes like Nature's Prophet fall right in line, where suddenly you have to play the game completely differently. You have to value the fact that you're going to lose trades early on, and well, he can go in two different directions. He either farms up a storm, gets 2 or 3 little items, and then suddenly ruins your early game, or he's just going to completely shut out your offlaner. And I think that's pressure that a lot of these NA squads just aren't adept at dealing with. And that's where maybe TSM decide to value Husky a little bit more here. Maybe he gets a respect ban. I absolutely think that Husky deserves the respect ban, but that's where, like I keep saying, you have to have a coach. You have to have that captain. You have to have those tight decisions early on, because something gets through in that first phase. Absolutely could see them running a Chen first pick from Bamisoy, but we'll see if TSM cares, because they also seem to be the team that has all the answers.
Yeah, it's intriguing for me as well that you mentioned like having this coach and stuff. Traditionally, when TSM and Nouns ended up playing, back when Mu was still on Nouns at the time, what would always happen, you see the ban starting, especially this year, Moon Meander would just be like, right, what are Mu's most played heroes? Sweet, let's just ban all of these. Thank you very much. He would give him something off kilter, something he's not necessarily going to be super comfortable on. I wonder if that particular track is going to be adopted by Moon Meander again here, if he feels it's still worthwhile primarily targeting Mu in that way, given how successful it's been for him when they've done it in the past. What do you think? Like, especially since we also saw at TI that in the games where Mu was playing the weirder heroes, they actually seem to do a little bit better than when he was playing the more meta stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think at TI, when you use all of the bans, and you have to use all the bans on the offlaner, just rushing his hero pick, getting him on something more comfortable, it just means that you don't have to worry about your offlane. You don't have to worry about Mu. It's where with 7 bans at the beginning of the phase, you really can single out a person and just make it miserable for them to play. And I think that's where I do give Kasane the leg up in just variety. I think he plays a few more heroes. Mu's, of course, a veteran of the game. He's played for a very long time, but during his mainstay in Dota, he's always played the same style. The melee offlaner, the blink initiator, not a simple style, but something that's been very reliable for offlaners in the past and what he likes to do. It's where I feel like Kasane is that new wave of offlaner where he is playing your Beastmasters. He's taking that second net worth spot. He's taking farm away from the mid laner in some situations, and he becomes almost that secondary win condition. And I think he's absolutely a little bit more polished up on that style, where it always feels like Mu is sacrificing his farm for the rest of the map. He likes to play that slightly slower, slightly lower net worth hero where his impact is felt elsewhere. But it's been out of style for a while. It's where, the times change, but Mu still kind of stays the same, but we'll have to see. I want to see if he adapts maybe a little bit more. I think that's why they ended up maybe parting ways with Nouns, but we'll see. He immediately found his way onto another squad, so certainly he still has that drive to play comp Dota, just whether he can put out now.
That's always the question, right? Because we've seen this happen many times in the past. Somebody leaves a mainstay team that they've been on for how long? And then there's only one of two options. It's either they go on to be even more successful afterwards, to be like, that last squad was a stepping stone, or it turns out they were being buttressed a little bit by that team, But his career is in his own hands. And to be fair to Mu, he had it's a bit tough for him, because when he broke out onto the scene in terms of being a well-known name internationally, he comes second at TI that same year, right? Kind of hard to live up to that in subsequent years going forward. But nonetheless, he's demonstrated his caliber year in, year out. Might not have always risen to those heights once again, but we know he's certainly capable. I'm also very interested and intrigued when it comes to this Bamisoy lineup about Sammy Boy being back in carry, because for a lot, this guy tried to make a lot of teams work. He really wanted to play carry, it didn't work out for him. Went to play support, didn't work out for him. Has played in practically every role available, but what do you make of him as a player when he's playing support relative to when he's playing carry?
I don't want to say he's unhappy, but I think he fits the captain role on any team a little bit better as a 5 position. And like you just said, for the longest time, he just tries to make teams work. He tries to fill in the roles where maybe his teammates aren't as flexible. And I mean, earlier this year at TI, you saw Yamsen do the same thing. Makes way for Hector, moves to the 5 position. It's where these NA guys, they just want to keep playing Dota. They want to stay with their same teammates. They want to keep on doing it. But I think in the carry role now, he's right back at home. It's what he's better at. It's what he's more accustomed to. He's played it for much, much longer. I think every time he has to play 5, it is just that I got to make it work. I want to stay in the DPC or whatever. I want to make things work. But now that there's no DPC, all these carry players, they feel free. I don't need to force myself to play support anymore. I can make my own team. I can structure it around myself. And I think that's where maybe with the addition of Husky, some of that captaining will move over a little bit towards the supports, giving him some space to just play carry. I'm sure it's very freeing. Same deal with Yamsun, where I think now all they have to do is play Dota for a little bit. It's exactly what you want. And I think he'll be able to slot in much, much better on that carry role. I mean, heck, even when he's pubbing and practicing in Comp Dota when he was playing 5, he's still playing carry. It's not like he gets the best practice out of those pubs anyway. So I think he's going to be right at home, and fingers crossed. It's been a while since I've got to see some Samson carry.
Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to imagine if we ever had a game between Bamisoi and Yaojing Langliu, the amount of illusions that would be in that game, dude. Between Sammy and Yamsen, it would be insane. Of course, neither of those teams have met just yet. They might meet later on today, depending on their results in the upcoming games. But we're going to find out what their results will look like because we do have a draft on our hands. On the Radiant side, Bamisoi will be playing there. On the Dire side, we will be having TSM. They have first pick as well on Dire side. So we're going to see exactly how it pans out for these squads because the winner of this ET gets a slot in the upper bracket final and a shot to be the first team to enter the grand finals. Much easier road to qualification if you go through the winner side of things.
No, that's where with how action-packed this weekend really is, you just end up playing so much more Dota if you drop. It just means that your days are going to feel a little bit more exhausting, you get a little bit more tired, and then who knows what happens. It's where especially a lot of these coachless teams, they're drafting in the lobby. Husky's the one pressing the buttons. He's the one doing all the draft prep. You can't just be a good player. You have to be a good player. You have to be a good drafter. You have to be a good captain. It gets tiring, especially once that best of 5 format comes up. It's where you do have to just have that pressure placed on top of you. It's not fun. It's not easy. It's where I've definitely seen teams and games go to that 8-game series in a single day, and I'm like, oh my god, it's miserable.
Oh my goodness, 8 games in a day. It's not fun, definitely. But if you go through the winner bracket, don't have to deal with that tomorrow. So let's see how things pan out for them. Bamisoi doing the right thing, banning out some broken stuff. What's left in the pool? Weaver's still here. Magnus has been removed. AA still around. Tree still around. What else has been busted? Dazzle's still around. It's been weird to me that we've seen so many Dazzle's second phase, but we haven't in this region at the very least seen him being first phase pick just yet, despite the fact that I don't think we've seen him lose a game anyway.
No, I think it's much more popular in China, especially, seeing a lot more first phase Dazzles, where you also see a lot more first phase Dazzle bans, but TSM keep it simple. They also take away the hero Bamisoi practiced the most yesterday. Just absolutely works. It's Weaver. It's simple. But Huerta's no slouch. She's also in that same position, extremely strong. You also have to look at the bans now, see what you're going to be able to pick up on 13 for Bamisoi, whether it's just going to simply pairing it with the AA or need a little bit more lockdown now. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Grimstroke ban either. It's where both Grimstroke and Tusk being in the pool, TSM are probably going to look to immediately pair it with the Weaver if it's available.
Seen a lot of Grimstroke yesterday, so would not be too surprised to see that emerging yet again. This Weaver hero, we've seen some, we haven't seen like reliable, always answers for it, but there have been some decent games where Weaver also ends up falling off a little bit. Fear really struggled to make the hero work, but in large measure, the Tree and Protector was a problem, and they remove it this time around. TSM are like, yeah, a hero that's so dependent on these instances of damage, let's remove the enemy hero that just negates that entirely. Makes sense to us.
Yeah, and now Bamisoi have the ban into pick here. It's to decide. I think Tusk is probably the easy pairing, especially because you can just ban Grim out here, pick up Tusk, then you don't have to worry about Whiteman or Immersion getting that super S-tier hero. I think Grimstroke's got the highest pick rate and one of the highest win rates right now. It's just been in every single game for a reason. It's dumb. It's stupid. I don't think it's something they're going to want to deal with. Sadly, though, I think with the Weaver picked up on TSM, we probably shouldn't see a Chen or an Enchantress coming out from Husky. I think that's where there's just a little bit too much physical damage. You're a little too susceptible to him just getting on top of you. You end up just being feed for the Weaver. So we'll probably see him move across and then pick up something a little bit better in the lane. And well, there's your Grimstroke ban. And there's your Tusk.
Come out. Yep. Average drafting so far. Nothing's too atypical from what we've seen in the last few days. We don't have a massive amount of attack speed early on in the game, or damage rather, to help buttress this tag team, but it's Tusk, whatever. And we already saw yesterday at TSM how they're able to shift the Tusk between 4 and 5, so maybe Bambisoy are like, yeah, we don't want to give up the risk of them picking Tusk, and we also don't know what the lane is going to look like, making it harder to counter, so I like the idea. And just having saves in Dota right now just feels pretty damn busted, so it makes sense to me.
Yeah, then simple Phoenix pick. I think either Phoenix or Pugna both feel really good in that position. Just makes it so that that Tusk has a little bit more difficulty in those plays. Of course, Phoenix, much better team fight than Pugna, so that makes sense. To have to be a little bit scared of Muerta whenever she does start to cook, but every single egg, I don't think we've seen an egg die yet in the tournament. Every single egg, every single Phoenix player has been so on point. It's going to be very scary for Bambisoy to deal with, especially now because they have to choose which direction they want to take the draft in. Do you decide to go for a Dazzle here and just decide to fight off cooldown? You purposely leave yourself without any big CDs to try and punish the longer cooldowns already of just the egg? Or do you decide to go in a different direction and try to amass some more team fight for yourself? Venge, though, is very different. That's the first pickup in the CQ.
Vengeful Spirit, okay. I've seen this in other regions, but I don't think we've seen it here in NA, like you mentioned. I guess you have some salvation against the Tusk. You have your own save as well in general. And, you know, this used to be a classic combination. Weaver plus anything that does minus armor, and Vengeful Spirit definitely gives you that. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. It doesn't, like, inspire the most amount of confidence, because I just think Venge is in a somewhat weird place. But overall, I think this is fine. This is still pretty good.
Yeah, and I think gives you a little bit of a buffer if Weaver does get caught up in a Spirit Calling, where now you do have that get out of jail free card, even though, of course, if you swap the Weaver and the Weaver's still dying, then you time-lapse and then, you know, you end up in the same spot. But regardless, anti-armor works well with Weaver. We've seen it happen before yesterday in a different hero. But there's the Pugna for Bambisoy. Makes sense. Physical damage on the board. Get that decrep, nullify it a little bit in the lanes, trade so effectively. The question is, what do they want to pair with it? So many offlaners taken out. There's no mag, there's no centaur. This is where, for Mu, I'd hate if he just fell back on his laurels and just decided to pick up something like a Tidehunter. But, okay, I can get behind the Dragonet a little bit more. Meteor Hammer Carrier finally lets you push onto towers a little bit better. I mean, Pugna DK, it's a classic combo. That mid tower is gonna die, and TSM can't really do much to stop it. It's where I think taking the fight to Bryle might be a new avenue. We didn't get to see anybody do it yesterday. Nobody was able to contest Bryle in his lane. The supports certainly weren't gonna let you touch him. This time around, though, maybe we see him under a little more pressure.
See if there is going to be that pressure exerted, how he's going to deal with it. What is going to be the overall plan coming in from Bryle? I wonder if, are you thinking, is this DK going to go off lane for sure? Or is there, okay, probably now, definitely. Maybe if TSM had gone for like some Queen of Pain, some Puck in the mid lane, then maybe you're on the DK mid, but against Earth Spirit, it doesn't seem like there's any point. Might as well put it off lane.
Yeah, I think they've got that flexibility. They could 24 pick something gross if they're really feeling it, if Molly wants something to completely drown out Bryle, but at the same time, I think the lane's just solid enough. You probably end up putting the Tusk 5. I can only imagine Husky ends up on that hero, and then you just have the 4 Pugna, and then your lanes feel nice. They feel like they make sense. Samson loves Muerta as well. He's practiced that hero quite a bit since it got released into the game, more so than a lot of other players. A couple of people were really waiting to warm up to that hero, but he kind of dove in the deep end, just like Eternal Envy, just practiced every single game. You know, spam the new hero, figure out the build, you know. I still think she needs maybe a new item to get added before she's really the best carry. But we've seen what she can do when she does get a little bit of farm. Even just Silver Edge Maelstrom ends up 3-4-shotting heroes. It's where the game can become very, very scary, especially with the Pugna in the game. You get decrep, she shoots you, that amp damage works. It hurts.
It does work indeed. Like, that is the one thing. She does an absurd amount of damage. And TSM right now, these heroes, you know, the only one who's okay with this is Phoenix, who you just pop R, but even then, you're not completely safe against her. It's going to be very fun to see how they go and deal with her. And it kind of sucks that the only forward jump that they have is the Earth Spirit, right? Like, unless Vengeful Spirit commits her own life to jump and find this Muerta, it does feel like there's a lot of pressure on Brawl to always hunt down the Muerta. But that'll probably get fixed with the last pick for Kasane, right? They'll ideally, I imagine, give him something that can also go in, start the fight, and allow Earth Spirit to be the secondary initiator.
Yeah, it's definitely something that TSM are lacking right now, as well as just a hero for Kasane. Love the Wraith King ban, love the Brewmaster ban. I wonder once we get into that best of 5 series tomorrow, whether or not we start seeing Brewmasters coming out in the first phase, because everywhere else, that hero's the first pick. That hero is getting drafted so much earlier. For a reason, it really is the answer to a lot of these heroes, but it's just where the rest of the Dota meta, you know, it's ahead of the curve. They know it's good. They know maybe a little bit better than we even know. But at the same time, right on the money with the bans, Kasane is going to get pushed to one of those B-tier heroes, hopefully, unless they decide to change things up and just 23-pick Dazzle, which they certainly are allowed to do. The heroes made it all the way through the draft thus far, but that would also cause quite the change up here. I think it almost certainly has to be Bryle on the Earth Spirit. I don't know if the rest of the team can play it, unless they really wanted to be weird and put it onto Whiteman or Immersion, because I know Immersion loves that hero, but they banned the Dazzle themselves, so TSM certainly have a different idea.
So looking for a offlaner potentially for Kasane, and then a mid-hero on the enemy team for Bamisoi. What's left in the offlane for Kasane that he plays? His Beastmaster's still here. We have seen Beastmaster Weaver in prior years, but I'm not sure if that's still in vogue right now. All his Zoo stuff is in the game. Maybe Lycan? Hey!
Yep. There we go.
Yeah. Lycan feels good here. Like, it's kind of annoying playing into DK because you have the armor and the breathe fire. But lane is perfectly fine. Before this, they pretty much had 0 like tower siege. Now they get some of that. It is one of his best heroes. I think it's second only to his Broodmother. And it's a hero that, you know, is a little bit tanky. I'm looking at this Bamisoi lineup. Outside of the Muerta, not really that much damage that can burst through the Lycan before he's able to run around in the fight.
Yeah, stylistically as well, it's just a classic pick versus Pugna, and oh boy, is it going to be Moo Timbersaw? Or is it they're going to put it mid on Molly just to counter out Bryle on the ES? I'm excited. This is a little bit different, and we'll see. And yeah, there we go. Moo takes the DK, Molly on the mid Timbersaw. A hero that has been very, very unpopular. What should be the solution to the tank meta patch just kind of ends up getting shoved aside in a lot of these games. Feels like the only player that's been able to make Timbersaw work in the past few years has just been Whisper, but Molly's giving his hand at it, and he's certainly got a good lane.
He does indeed have a good lane. He shouldn't necessarily be struggling all that much on that side of the map. How many games has he played on this before? So he has 71 games with a 62% win rate. Pretty good. I remember him playing this a couple of times in Div 2 of Western Europe, and it looked pretty decent. I do think that the one problem I have with the Timber overall, though, is it still feels like there's a lot of pressure on the DK and Tusk in order to make all the moves happen on the map, because Mobe can't like start fights by himself. But if he gets to that really big portion, you know, that unkillable Timbersaw, most of their big damage on TSM is physical, right? So, okay, I think it's one of these situations, ET, where 50-50, right? Timbersaw either has an amazing game, or he's useless and just feeding the entire team. You do not have just mediocre Timbersaw games. It's one or the other. I'm excited to see which one is going to end up being in this game. But before we get into it, which draft do you favor overall? Give me a prediction for game 1.
I think it's much more even, especially after yesterday. But for game 1, I feel like I'm going to go with Bamisoi, which is maybe a little surprising with TSM definitely be the front runner coming into the series, but it's a classic NA draft, with a little bit of the spice of the Muerta, but it's a siege engine. It's DK Pugna with a Timber Saw in front. They're going to look to take all of your outer towers very, very quickly, and then they're going to ride that high as long as they can. They're going to have a lot more gold to play around with. They should be right on point with those objectives. The only problem is if they screw up a team fight, TSM immediately get back that momentum, and then we'll probably stall at the map until the Weaver becomes a monster. So there are two different roads this game's going to go down.
Either road, though, is going to be very exciting. So this opening game of Bamisoy versus TSM will be entertaining no matter what. Let's find out what happens, as this game will determine our first entrant into the upper bracket final. On the Radiant side, one thing that is going to be annoying, I suppose, for Bamisoy and the gang is at any given time, bro, you always have to be just watching bottom. Damn wolves. All the time. It's going to be sieging that part of the map. I suppose Mobe is best positioned to just counter pressure as much as possible later, but I've seen many games where Kasane has won for his team pretty much by just abusing the enemy safe lane before the enemy team can respond.
No, and he's a monster. It even goes down to just your positioning. If you get too far up the lane, he will body block you all the way back to the tower. You'll just get beat into by Immersion on the Phoenix, and then maybe that's enough damage. Maybe you just die. It's not very fun to play against, as well as Husky being forced to slot into this Pos 5 Tusk versus the 4 Phoenix. It's just going to be difficult. It's where you're going to have to keep an eye on those Fire Spirits, especially the CD, constantly, because if Fire Spirits are up, the Tusk can't make a tag team play. You can't get a good trade going for you. It's where, honestly, most of the trading is going to be coming in from Samson, just finding good dead shot plays. Everything else, though, is just going to be Kasane getting a pretty free lane.
Well, the game starts even better for TSM as they do accrue 3 bounties for themselves. Always feels nice and good. And here we go. So it begins. You just told about it. The body blocks, man. Samson gonna be forced behind the tier 1 tower at half HP. Has to be fed a tango very early on. Kind of sucks for Husky.
Yeah, it's where Husky's going to constantly have to pump himself regen, just because that's the way the lane goes. It's the way that he's just going to have to play this Tusk. I don't know how many trips he's going to be able to make through that Twin Gate in the earlier game, but hopefully he's going to have some effect elsewhere. But mid lane is the boring lane. If Mobe can, he's going to try to shut out Bryle as much as possible, but at the same time, Bryle was a dominator yesterday. Today, a little bit of a slower style with the ES, but again, a hero that typically it's impossible to lose his lanes on, but we'll see.
You're at this point 0-2 on that prediction,
I know,
my friend.
dude. I'm doubling down. I'm tripling down.
Triple down, man. Alright, I like it. I like it. Top lane, Whitemon playing the Venge that he spent a lot of this year practicing. This lane does get a little bit scary, mostly for Blink though. Like Moo, he's gotten level 2. Once you hit level 3, you should just never die as DK anymore.
Then it's all about you just getting caught, not sending yourself resources out of the lane. Especially once raindrops come up here, then you don't have that much damage coming in from the missile. Also, Whiteman loses control of his large camp extremely early. If they could get a kill, that'd be perfect, but the large camp's going. It's a pretty big mistake. It's something that we haven't seen very much in the past day, where always the 5 position's able to fight over that sentry and the crystals, but instead, free pull, who gets to get the wave all the way up forward. Small camp is going to get stacked, but until then, Moo's got a great lane so far.
Things panning out much better than expected. Down bottom, a little bit of aggression onto Immersion, but they do not manage to find a way to actually kill him. But so far, everybody's being very polite to one another. Just trading farm. Some aggression happening here and there, but people feel like they're just saying hello. So nothing really bombastic happening just yet. Which is a big change up because the last couple of games that we've had have just been really chaotic in the earlier portion of things.
Yeah. I think in large part it comes from just underestimating how strong a lot of these heroes can be at level 2. Like yesterday, Immersion gets level 2 on Phoenix, and then suddenly an Icarus dive is just all you need to lead to a kill. But everybody's being a little bit more patient. This is a bad play, though, and yeah, Husky, he knows. As soon as those Fire Spirits come out, he has to be a little bit more chill. The good part, though, is that Tag Team is a much lower cooldown level on Fire Spirits, but these trades are happening everywhere. Good decrep, though. Can hit the bug. Isn't going to be in too much danger, but Now Moo's the one cut down in the exchange. Needs to now be a little bit chill. Needs to wait for that flag bearer and to sit under his tower. Tango up. Not very nice.
Did you call Tusk, did you tell the Tusk to chill because the IC base hero? I see.
I know.
I get it. The one lane though that unfortunately we do have to pay a little bit of attention to. The boring ass mid lane, nothing's happening except for Mobe kind of dominating in the CS department. What kind of build up are we anticipating from this Timbersaw for this game? What do they need to do to accomplish victory?
Well, honestly, I would love if he goes for a Yule Scepter, just so that way he has a little bit more disable to put out into the team. But up until that point, Mobe is probably just going to do what every Timbersaw does. I'm surprised he's going for the Bracer buildup instead, but he knows that he's just going to be clicking in this lane, so it makes a little bit more sense. Hopefully he doesn't buy a Soul Ring. I kind of hate that item. It's just where Arcane Boots are just so much more value and they actually build into other items. As well with Bottle, you can actually make rotations, but in the meantime, Brow's level 5 already. Of course, Mobe is right there next to him after he farms up these creeps, but this is the smoothest early game we've seen Earth Spirit have so far. It feels like every other time he's getting bodied, especially yesterday. But as soon as Brawl hits level 6, you know he's going to immediately try to get out onto those lanes. Just use his Magnetize as soon as he gets it.
That is the one contrast in their playstyles. Brawl highly incentivized to make those moves. Mobe going to be incentivized to stick around and put pressure on the tower at the same time as the Earth Spirit makes those maneuvers. We'll see how quickly Brawl can move up and both sides of the map. A little bit of aggression, but doesn't seem like it's going to be enough for anybody to actually get a kill. Husky does eat a lot of Fire Spirits and a couple of right clicks from Kasane, but not enough to actually threaten him. And we are 5 minutes without a kill in NA Dota? What? This is atypical.
I know that the heroes are just too tanky. Nobody can die. Everybody's playing too defensive. This isn't the region, guys. We need to feed a little bit more here. But I think a large part of it is just how well answered both of the lanes. Honestly, every lane has been answered in the draft. Tusk can't be aggressive because Phoenix answers him. In the top lane, the Venge Weaver can't be aggressive because Decrep answers them. The Pugna's their solution there. So it ends up being a draw across the board. Even though you do see some of the cores starting to pull away, especially Moo and Mobe. You just have this very strong early game strength heroes, so got a little bit more damage, base damage to play around with. But that's where Braille is still the one to open up this game for TSM. As soon as he wants to, he can start to get aggressive. I think he's sticking around the mid lane just to make sure that the cart dies, but
he might actually die here. Mobe just heads up solos him. Mobe got the level 6 before Braille did. Uses it to aggress onto him with the Chakram, with the Timber Chain. Brings him down. Bro, he was literally 3 experience away from having level 6. If he has that level, maybe he survives here, but he doesn't. So Mobe gets the most value first blood of all time.
Yeah, and then Braille, being a nice guy, tells Whiteman, maybe you're going to be too late to save me, but get all that XP in the mid wave, ends up sapping like 7 or 8 creeps underneath the tower, and the cart does die, but I think Braille just getting in his own head a little bit. No, Mobe does lose his freshly placed ward in the nighttime there, but at the same time, that's exactly what you want. Put pressure, force Braille to buy his own regen. He just got his bottle refilled, and with that death, he does get his first earn charge of the game. But he'd love to leave the mid lane right now. He's probably just going to nuke it out. He's got level 3 up in the Boulder Smash, so he can very successfully nuke out that wave. But he wants to get smoked out of mid. He wants to sync up with the support and make some plays happen here. While Immersion, he's going to get robbed. Oh, it's early. Oh, he clicked him out, though.
Husky still out-clicked him. Husky TP's out as well. While on time, everything's Gucci. That's a little bit unfortunate for Immersion. I'm sure he thought after he saw the early snowball, I've got this for sure, but gets outplayed nonetheless. Now that we did see that kill happening in the mid lane, Brawl is indeed level 6. Hasn't decided to make a move just yet. Oh, might see a potential move in the top lane. They're going onto this Pugna here. Blink, though, a little bit too tanky for Whitemon, so they're going to be forced to back off. Whitemon actually gets stunned up by Moo. That's going to invite Tomato to try and run in onto Blink. Nicely done by Moo to throw in the Breathe Fire, diminishing the potential damage output of this Weaver. That's going to end up keeping the Pugna alive. Blink survives with 23 HP, but he lives nonetheless.
Oh, and look at this. Husky's rotated over. He wanted to get some play going, but instead going to remaneuver on that 8-minute rune. And we'll see who gets lucky. Love the presence in the mid lane. So much better than yesterday. They do guess wrong, though. At least it's not a big rune for Bryle. No haste, no arcane rune. Already had that one. And this rotation will get immediately scouted out. But Samson's got to go. And I think
Might not
Samson's
matter. He's
caught.
gonna dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
He didn't retreat in time. But to be fair, he was in a rock and a hard place, right? He sees the Venge encroaching upon from the bottom side of the map. So he sees there's a pincer maneuver. He can't TP out because Venge will cancel it. He can't go anywhere to the north. Bryle's coming in from that direction. I really empathize with him, man. That was one of those, oh my god, I'm 100% dead, aren't I? There's nothing I can do about this. Feels bad.
You know, it's even funnier that both of their wards bottom scout out to see the writing on the wall, where they see the twin gate, they see the rotation. It's just unfortunate. But first DK push, and immediately Bryle wants to punish, and here we go. Magnetize under tower, it's a lot of damage.
Wow, with the magic missile as well. It is a lot of damage, but not enough to kill Mu just yet. They turn around and kill off the Vengeful Spirit. In the meantime, Bryle really wants to bring down this DK, but Blink elongates the fight with the life drain. Ultimately, though, they will still end up tumbling, both of them. Mobe coming in, looking for the cleanup. A lot of these heroes on TSM have fallen low, but all by his lonesome, he can't clean them up. So they should be able to escape. Bryle, very nice kickback onto Mobe, making sure he can't close the gap onto the bounty rune. So they make sure they stop the first DK push. They get a kill onto said DK, and they don't lose anybody important in the process. Things looking very good right now for TSM.
Yeah, just a very nice read on their part. They know exactly what Mu's gonna do. They don't waste any time. As soon as he commits that dragon for him, they immediately punish him, kick him under tower, and you're not level 6 on Pugden yet. If Blink had that life strain, maybe you can keep him alive a little bit longer to output that damage. But just a situation where even though the Pugden is sapping so much in the lane, it doesn't matter. The read is too good. It's too quick from TSM. In the meantime, Kasane gets the bottom tower, finishes off that Helm Dom, and this is the pressure that Kasane Lycan adds to the team. As soon as you make a missed play, you lose 3 heroes top. Kasane's not blinking. He's doing his own thing. The rest of the team typically needs to come to him because, well, he's got the creeps. You're always going to want to come to your summon carry. And he's just going to farm up a storm. He's going to farm both Ancients until it's Weaver time. That's a lot of damage traded out, but at the same time, there's a Lycan threatening his wolf form here. Bryle wants to catch anyone.
Misses the roll though, so the catch will not succeed just yet. And they do go into the ultimate form for Kasane, and it looks like Blink might end up dead. The tick out from the Spirit Vessel should be enough from Bryle, but Bryle is in danger right now. He ends up getting brought down by Mobe. Mobe looking to clean up, and this time around with the help of Samson, they have more than enough damage to actually threaten these cores. They kill off Bryle. They force Kasane back. But crucially, because of where the fight was happening here, ET, they managed to actually save their tier 1 tower. They're going to be able to get rid of the Sea Dragon and then apply pressure in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's where wouldn't be a surprise if I just see Mobe immediately walk down the lane. I think the big read right now for Bamisoy is just making sure that this Earth Spirit rotation top doesn't work out again, because you can see it. DK form's coming back up. They're already ready to read into Mu, and Mu just needs to know nobody's TP'd back mid. The Phoenix is sapping XP here. Oh, he's got to dodge this play.
Mu's playing Dota today, my friend. Dodges the rolling boulder, dodges another one. Might still end up dead. No, Blink this time around has the life drain. The swap will be there to cancel it out, so Mu should end up dead. But Sammy and the crew looking for a cleanup yet again. They managed to bring down Whitemon, but that's not going to be enough to justify this rotation, as they really want Bryle as well, but he's such an elusive hero. Husky manages to find the eye shots. Bryle is going to be able to roll out though. Mobe unable to catch up in time with the Timber Chain. And of course, Bryle is going to come across a haste rune to ensure that he finds the escape from this fight. And you just mentioned it, they needed to stop the rotation, be ready for it under DK, but although Mu had the J's on, turns out that the map read just wasn't there in time.
Yeah, and TSM, they know exactly what they're doing. They know, okay, let's put the pressure on the DK. If he can't get to that tier 1, if he can't get to those fast item timings, suddenly Bamisoy start to miss out on a lot of plays. Already, Mu doesn't feel comfortable enough going for that Blink Rush, so he's changing it up with the Midas, which, you know, I understand why. If you're not getting that 11-12 minute Blink Dagger after treads, then typically it feels a little bit wasted. But now it means that Bamisoy is playing for a later timing. They have to give TSM some space. They have to give TSM some of these bigger items. I mean, before long, Kasana's going to have a Helm of the Overlord running at you, and that's the scary timing. When our Midas DK is still working towards that Blink Dagger, we can't make plays, we're still extremely reliant on our Tusk to start our early game team fights. They just don't have enough lockdown right now for them to play easy Dota. It's where TSM very much outclassed them.
TSM continue to desire to outclass them further as they want the tier 1 top, but also want to threaten and maybe take away some of these creeps on the triangle. There is a pretty decent ancient stack. They don't kill it the easiest though, so they might not be able to take all of it. They should be able to take a substantial amount. And it doesn't seem like Bamisoy is going to be in time to defend this right now. They're actually going to go for the fight here. Samson, oh no! Sammy, he's the one caught for a supernova directly on top of him. The magnetize comes out from Bryle, and they will be able to kill him off. The attempted life drain is not going to succeed. All that Blink is able to accomplish is giving himself up for a double kill. Although Mobe and the crew, yet again, back for revenge, but yet again, all they find is Whitemon. This is the third time in a row this has happened, where they assassinate some key heroes on the enemy team, and all they get in return is the lowly vengeful spirit.
Yeah, it doesn't feel pretty, and it really is the worst case scenario. Caught walking back in daytime, I mean, he's just a deer in headlights. You just can't walk away from that. You really can't. There's no save, he pops his ulti, he can't hit the egg. At least Mobe did go for this item though. Doesn't greed out immediately for the Kaya Sanj into Ags build that we've seen a lot of Timbersaws go for in the past. The more Whisper-esque build. I like that he's got this Yules. Gives him a little bit more lockdown. Can actually stay on a lot of these heroes, especially the Phoenix. Just means that he can get some of those kill confirms while we're waiting for that DK blink. And DK didn't die in that situation, you know. Only the fragile guys ended up getting taken down. But we are looking at more of that 17, 18 minute timing. Even though Bamisoy still doesn't want to wait. These tier 1s are alive in your Pugna DK draft. So something feels wrong. They've got objectives that they want to take. And there's no egg, there's no wolf form for a little bit. If there's ever a time, it is coming up on that moment. I think if they're not able to get those plays going, then they're giving up a lot of free net worth to TSM. Pressure that they should be able to exert.
One thing I also really like about the Euro Scepter on the Timbersaw, I was thinking about how does Mobe die? Because so far he's been proving to be quite problematic in that regard. And it's, you know, the usual way Timbersaws dies. He gets silenced and then dies like an idiot. The Dual Scepter, that's not going to happen. He'll be a-okay. He is going to be playing around with Tomato right now. I don't know if they want to actually try to go for this. Bryle is coming through with the double damage rune. Mobe, Saz my G, but you are very, 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 very... Oh my god, you're so dead. He's going to try his best to at least make this a bit of an exerted effort from TSM, but nonetheless, they will end up finding the kill. They also managed to zone these heroes back away from the tier 1 tower. The second attempt at taking it down with the DK ultimate does not come to fruition. TSM can now also just go straight into the Roshan pit. They've got Wave of Terror, they've got a full Lycan army. Time for a date with the big man.
Yeah, and you've already evacuated this area. You know that there's at least 2 TPs that can't get back up to that tier 1 unless Bamisoy TP to that top tier 1 or we're still in the area. Maybe they could look to make a play happen, but pre-20-minute Roche top. We've seen very few teams actually able to make this rotation, but it works. It's free. Give it to Tomato. He's happy. Just means that the Weaver, or the rest of this Weaver's early game, is completely secured. And Tomato is so farmed. He got so greedy with his items, and he's making it work as Blink. It's free. You get magnetized. It's not an arcane rune magnetized either, so at least he is going to have to wait out the entire 90 seconds. But at the same time, TSM are just getting so much more net worth across the map. It's feeling like yesterday.
Yep. We're going to see another fight breaking out in the top lane. Kasane getting gone on by Mobe. What an eye shot. Setting up Mobe for a massive chakram with the Whirling Death. Not going to be able to find any kills though. Supernova does come off on the far east of the fight. Doesn't really connect onto that many heroes. In the meantime, Sammy Boy here with the Pierce the Veil, trying to have some influence on the back of the fight. It's not going to be enough, as they end up losing Mobe, because he was just isolated. The rest of the team couldn't help him. And now they're getting chased down. Whitemon gets the magic missile out onto Blink. Blink trying to hide in the trees. He's trying to stay out of trouble. But HY lied. The trees will not protect you, my friend. Tomato, though, running away, dusted up. He was on 200 HP. But they just could not find a way to kill him. Deadshot was on cooldown. They didn't have any other heroes nearby. TSM get away with murder, and they're gonna go back in. They really want Sammy Boy here. They will be able to find him a little bit with the Spirit Vessel, but it was a trap. They were waiting on the side of Bamisoy, but even though they knew it was coming, it doesn't matter here, ET. Samson's gonna end up dying inside his own calling as TSM continue to abuse this map, and Bamisoy just cannot find the inroads that they need. Every move, every opportunity that they've tried to take immediately gets taken away by TSM.
All of these heroes on such low HP, but it doesn't happen. They don't get any of the kill confirms, and of course, versus Venge, you can't afford to just go on one target, but as soon as they're in, it feels like they're stuck. They aren't able to close the distance on the level 1 egg. It only gets more difficult as the game goes on versus Phoenix. You can't even get the Aegis. Tomato now has full Deso, full Shard, 18 minutes. Everything is just out of control. These TSM cores are just too large, and they're getting too big to fail. Kasane almost has a full AC coming out on his courier. This is just problem on top of problem. It's not good. It's not pretty. And now you have DK Blink. After having to wait for it, now you're looking for the Shard on Mu. It feels like they're going to need a Miracle Smoke to make something happen. They need to catch these heroes off guard. The only problem is they're getting played on. And now everybody has to come here. Absolutely everyone.
They're the ones getting caught themselves. Mobe falling very low. He is going to end up dying to the Spirit Vessel. And there's a Supernova as well from the Phoenix. Going to get a swap back onto Mu with the Magic Missile to hold him in place. He gets stunned up. Brawl in the meantime gets the kickback onto the Muerta. Sammy watches Mu die in front of him, and he knows that he is next. Tomato and Brawl closing in on the Muerta. Yet again, the lives of HY exposed. The trees are not safe. TSM, they own the entire map here, ET.
Yeah, they just, again, they misread the map. They don't expect where TSM are at. It's great from Immersion. He knows your waterfall TPing in. I see 3 heroes TPing. I'm going to get my egg off early. And guess what? You have to make an impossible decision. Do I cancel and miss out on the team fight that we have to react to? Or do I TP in and get stunned by egg? And everybody on Bambi's had to make that tough decision. And, well, they all got stunned by egg. It was an impossible team fight from the get-go. No snowball save. There's no navigation. It just keeps getting worse. It keeps dipping down. And the bigger issue, well, Kasane didn't blink. He wasn't there. He finished up an AC. He kept that top lane completely in. Meanwhile, your Earth Spirit's close to finishing up a heart. And again, you talk about targets. Who are you killing? If Bambisoy want to make a Miracle Smoke happen, who's the target that they can just randomly kill off first? It's also where you look at Samson, and he's not greeting out. He's getting a BKB so he can try and stay alive in these fights. It's not like he's greeting for a Silver Edge so that way he can try and pop anyone. Everybody is banking on them hopefully winning a team fight, but it's becoming less and less convincing.
When our team fight victory is actually going to happen for the squad here. Tomato and the gang will just take out this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Immersion also got the Aghanim shard from the Tormentor, so that is a pretty big deal. Having Sunray, I mean, Supernova alone has been causing so many problems. In tandem with the Ray, it's going to be awful. But the main problem they're going to have to worry about, as you mentioned, is this push from Kasane. Full AC, he's got an Aghanim shard flying in as well right now. And they still have an Aegis for quite a significant portion of time. They have enough of Aegis for a time lapse to get back if they really want to, and yeah, there's no jump from Bamisoy. Aegis will expire soon, but they don't take care.
No, they don't. Run back, use your Midases, keep farming the map. They've drawn the line. This is where they're not going to let their opponents get out, even though Mobe has snuck out of the base. He's going to be farming up in the mines as much as he can, but as soon as he gets, what, just 1,500 more net worth, suddenly you have a Lincoln Sphere on the Weaver, and then, well, you lose your easy way to kill him. The only way Tomato dies at that point is if he gets incredibly unlucky and gets stuck in the Spirit Calling. But here we go. Kick back.
Ooh, okay. Brawl was going in for Samson, but doesn't manage to find the full reach. The sad thing is, although Mu reacted amazingly to stun him up right then and there, they just don't have the damage unless they pop the full Pierce the Veil. And they might be forced into doing so right now. There it is. Brawl getting swapped back. They keep him alive. And Sammy, he went for the Pierce the Veil, but it's not going to help him, as he will be burned down right now by Immersion. Tomato, in the meantime, is just finishing off buildings. Yet again, Kasane has no care in the world for enemy heroes. He is only here for the structures. And with 2 buybacks available on these heroes, this is it, ET. If they don't buy back, there is just game over. Brawl jumping in right now. They actually do have enough damage to kill him. And this time around, Vengeful Spirit does not have the swap to get him out of trouble, and he will get punished.
It feels like the fourth time he's done that in the past minute. He just rolls forward on almost no HP, just almost wants to bait them into going in on the ES. And they get something, but 2 core buybacks, it feels ugly. It's not the kills that they're looking for. It's no Kasane or Tomato death. Those cores are still maintaining those top 2 positions in the net worth, and they're still not able to get any of these objectives. And Tomato, does he just kill BNC here? Yep.
Yeah, he does.
Well,
Shot, so easy kill. To be fair, though, I'll give them that. The fact that them killing Brow did net the Timber Saw 1,600 gold. Sort of obscene amount of net worth for 1 kill. What can you do? Trying to build into a BKB of his own. They actually, this is atypical. This might be the first time that I've seen a team that needs as many BKBs as they do not have a single one by this point in the game.
Yeah, it just means there's no way to commit on Egg. Everything is about blowing up a hero. And I think that's where, if Bambisoy want another chance in this game, as soon as Bryle comes up to the high ground, somebody has to jump him, but somebody else has to jump the Venge. You can't just go in on one target. It's too simple for Whiteman to save that initial jump. And of course, you don't have that many tools on Bambisoy. It's the biggest issue, I think, with their draft pick here of the Timbersaw. You just don't have enough Chaos Makers. You don't have somebody putting pressure on that Venge. And Bryle, he's insane, but if he was ever in real trouble, he gets swapped. But there's Go, the second jump.
Wow, the jump comes in on the backside of the fight. Tusk went in, hoping to maybe catch somebody off guard, but instead immediately gets hard punished. That's a buyback if needed, but would prefer not to have to use it. He really wants to have this Blink Dagger as an option. Look at Immersion though. Goes forward with the Supernova deep in the base. The bouncing magic missile prevents them from killing off the egg, so it pops in their faces, stunning absolutely everybody. And that enables TSM to just kill them at their own leisure. Buybacks have been forced, but now there's not a single one remaining on the side here of Bambisoy. What holds do they have? They don't have a Muerta, they don't have a Tusk, which means they don't have damage and they don't have a save. They're still gonna try to go on to Brow. Timbersaw very good against strength heroes, but Mu, he went ahead of the Earth Spirit to try and block the escape roll. But it turns out he just put himself in the path of danger. He ends up dead. TSM clean up the backlines, and the GGs end up getting called. Bambisoy throw in the towel. Team Solo mid still looking super good into the second day of the close qualifiers as they secure game 1 against Bambisoy.
Yeah, they just looked too solid. And that siege engine that they tried to draft up on Bambisoy, that momentum-based lineup, just never even got started. It felt like every single time Mu tries to make a play, there is a Bryle in front of him. There is a Magnetize. There is a play that TSM are reading, and Bambisoy is not reacting. They're not bringing enough numbers. They're not abusing the fact that Kasane can't flip the map. He can't make that TP rotation. It's just not what Lycan does or ever wants to do. He wants to stay in that same lane. He wants to push up. He wants to be patient. So they should be taking these 5v4s, and then you'd hope they would be able to win those fights, but it just never happens. TSM are too quick, they're too fast, they read it too well, and then they just take over the entire map. And after 2-3 failed pushes, suddenly you don't have gold for Husky, you don't have a Blink Dagger on the Tusk, you don't get that blink on Mu, I think as fast as you really needed to enable Mobe to take over the map, and then you start running out of space dramatically. You run out of places to farm. You run out of everything. And then Samson, who's in this terrible situation, he's got a Midas DK farming. He's got Mobe on the other side of the map. He doesn't even get to finish a BKB before the game goes down. And you don't draft better team fight. Everything for Bambisoy in this game would have been around pickoffs, about being better in that regard. And again, that plan just never came to fruition. It never even worked.
I mean, it's kind of unfortunate. We've seen this now happen on multiple games. One team has a mid laner that can make plays, that can make moves, where if they're missing on the map, there's a likelihood of a hero dying somewhere else on the map. With Timbersaw, not necessarily the case for him, you know. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. Only really the off-lane Timbersaw for Whisper is working. Mid-Timber, you know, if Somnus didn't play Timbersaw once at TI, I have to believe that there's something a little bit janked about this hero that doesn't make it as good as it should be. Somnus and Quinn don't play it, yeah, it's like, okay, something's up. Overall, though, TSM yet again looking fresh, looking hot, and yet again, Kasane finding himself as the win condition of this lineup. We're going to see if Bambisoy have some ideas on how to contain the young Russian. especially with this new form that he's found with Immersion being in the team. Because if they don't, it'll be TSM that gain the advantage and secure a spot in the upper bracket final. Let's find out who's going to be getting there first. Is it TSM? Is it Bami Sway making this a 3-game affair? We'll find out very shortly after a quick break.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome one and all, we are here for some Dota 2 action, witnessing the ESL 1 qualifiers for the Kuala Lumpur event between TSM and Bamisoi. And so far in the first game, it really is looking like TSM have the number of Bamisoi, looking like one of the better teams in the region. But it's also a very confusing and outlandish region. Upsets have happened in the past. So ET, as an aficionado of NA Dota, what should Bamisoi do going into game 2 to give themselves the best chance of taking down TSM?
I think step one is going to be first pick Weaver. I think that's the simple one. Take it away from TSM, drag it out. Even a first pick CK. I think changing up their draft is going to be step one here. They had an idea. They had a plan. I think that's where you give a little bit more credit to Husky. He had the draft. He had this idea. It's the siege. We're going to try to successfully push down these towers. We're going to try to make some movement happen. And it failed completely. And I don't know if that needs to be a buff up of their awareness in that game, in that specific game, or if they just need to be talking more. But something broke down. They weren't ready for those jumps. They weren't ready for the team fight that TSM was immediately prepared for. It just felt like TSM had these protocols in place. Okay, DK form activated. They're pushing our tower. 3 heroes TP. Done. It's a business to them. It feels very, I don't want to say corporate, but it makes sense every move that they're making because TSM makes the good move. They're great players. They know what they're doing. They've been doing this for a very long time. It's where Bamisoi, I think, need to give them that extra respect that I think they were trying to get away with, kind of an easy to execute, easy to play lineup in game 1. I think that's where they can try running it back again, but also focus less on lane counters. That Timbersaw got that early kill onto Brow, but aside from that, didn't feel like he was able to do his job. Again, we see a more farmer-esque mid laner coming in for these NA squads where suddenly there's not that many plays to be made. There's not that many people to play with in the team, in the draft. Suddenly, all you can do is run around with Husky on your Tusk and then hope that plays happen. And that's not good enough, especially not versus a team like TSM. So I think really preaching activity, making most of the draft work up until the Timbersaw, I feel like they really had something good going for them. It's just these final picks for a lot of these teams where suddenly things get muddied in the water and suddenly you don't have a very cohesive lineup.
This sort of reminds me of the last pick Zeus we saw yesterday on the side of Fort Studios that didn't necessarily work out for them either. Similar situation, able to do decently in the lane as the game progresses, unable to take a hold of the game in the same fashion as an Earth Spirit is. I'm actually just wondering what this game would have looked like if they were the ones that had Earth Spirits instead of the side of TSM. Maybe Mobe is able to make more happen on the map. Hell, honestly, I would have even taken him being the one on the DK just so he can get the earlier Blink Dagger, start the tempo rolling, and then we see the game evolve from there. We will see if Bamisoi would have taken any of these ideas on board, if they have any adjustments to present to us as we are about to get into our second draft here, ET. TSM have the Radiant side. First pick on Dire is going to be going the way of Bamisoi. It seems like we're going to be seeing that a lot. First pick Dire. It's happened 3 times in the games that we've covered already. And I think it's going to keep going in that fashion. Let's find out what happens. Look at this, Bamisoi. More teams are just starting to first phase ban the Lone Druid against TSM. Like Brow plays it, Tomato plays it, and Kasane can play it. Too risky to let go through.
No, it's too scary. Even though now, as we were talking about a little bit yesterday, something gets through now. You've switched up your bans. Now the entire draft needs to shift a little bit to where I wouldn't be surprised if TSM take maybe a little bit more time here feeling out what they want to let through here. Very, very deliberately, you have to give Bamisoi something. Question is that going to be a Muerta? Is that going to be them looking for a Magnus pickup? It's where, there we go. Weaver banned out. So we will be seeing one of those big strength heroes getting through. The question is, what do you leave for TSM afterwards? They've already taken out CK and Lone Druid, so it feels like we're probably not going to see any love for AA. Maybe come later in the draft, but certainly not first pick. It's where Bamisoi are going to set the tempo right here, right now. Would also love if maybe they pick up something like the Phoenix, just trying to give themselves some more play. Because, man, Immersion has just impressed me with the way he's been able to play a lot of these 5-ish heroes also as the 4. It's something he's pretty well known for, playing both the ranged and the melee style 4 position perfectly. Just a beast player. Really happy with that pickup for TSM.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really well. And it's surprising because the person he's replacing, Ari, on a pure mechanical level, everybody just knew that Ari he's that guy. He's super good. So the fact that TSM was able to replace him and not like experience the loss of that mechanical skill Some pretty good scouting coming in from Moon Meander. Maybe once he retires as a coach, he can be a talent scout overall. So let's see what's left in the pool. We still have Magnus here. Tree is still around. We still have the Dazzle in vogue. Ancient Apparition is still in the pool. Primal Beast is still available. And Bamisway have first pick. So honestly, I think we should get a Mu hero ASAP. Get the Primal Beast if you can get it. Okay, never mind. It's gone. Never mind. Never mind.
It had to happen. It had to happen. The only issue I see right now, and you do see the Primal already taken out here, is that we could also get that Bristleback Glove coming. You know that you're not going to have to deal with the Ag Spray coming from Primal. There's no Waterworks now coming from Kunkka, even though Bristle's one of those heroes that honestly doesn't care too much. I feel like it's maybe that hero's time to shine here. Bamisway getting the ban into the pick. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. They really want to cover it. They could ban a hero like Shadow Demon and then immediately just send it. But at the same time, part of me also thinks maybe they just send them Muerta again. Just keep in their prep. It's where how many different drafts does Bamisway actually have prepared for this best of 3? Because TSM have played a vastly different style in every single one of their games. Every single lineup has looked a little bit different. But there we go. AA ban, Bristleback pick. Here we are.
Ooh, let's go, Bristleback. Love to see it. Gonna get some Bloodstone action. Some of that Aghanim Scepter going. And, you know, Mu has played this hero several times in the past, so gonna be very intriguing to see how he decides to handle it. What do you think about the Muerta here? Where is it going to be going for TSM? Is this a support Muerta? Is this going to be one for Tomato? Or what do you make of the deathly one here?
Knee-jerk reaction, definitely thinking it's going to be more of a Tomato-esque hero, but that's where Muerta's beautiful. It's flexible. It's able to move around the draft if need be. I definitely think that Immersion can play it. I think it's right up his alley with what he's played so far in the tournament. And it's a great matchup versus Bristle regardless, because you make him face you. It's one of the few heroes where you can get him to turn around. But I think just keeping things simple, you know, Weaver already banned out. Don't need to worry about those rushdown type heroes just yet. I can only imagine that now we're going to see a shift up, though. Looking at heroes like the Grimstroke, like the Dark Willow, that's probably going to be our next set of picks here. You know, if TSM want to, can also look to pick up a Kasana hero pretty early. If they wanted, could just simply look for a hero like the Centaur, even though they're in no rush right now in this next picking phase. You already see Bristle. You can move Bristle into a more core position. I've definitely seen Samson play it many, many times, but I think that's where if they want to wait on their offlane pick, they totally can. Because unless they wait until the last phase, Kasane isn't going to be needing to gun for one of Moo's heroes, because they got Bristle already. Makes sense.
TSM, now it's going to be, what do they need to ban here? Obviously, some close Grimstroke would probably be a good ban. They do indeed remove it. And so, okay. We're basically just swapping sides here. Muerta Tusk on the enemy team. Bamisway, what are they going to be pairing with the Bristleback to give him the best odds of surviving? Some heal is always nice when you're playing with this hero, just to make sure that you have that obscene amount of sustain. I'm not sure that's going to be the direction that they decide to go here, but what supports are in the game? I would still... Oh, man. Why did they ban Tree, dude? Tree would have been so nice for them. Like, oh my god, it would have been so cool.
Yeah, and right now, I think for Bamisway, you're probably looking at the Pugna thinking, okay, if we pick a Pugna, we just put it versus the Tusk, we have somebody that can wait a little bit. But at the same time, do we want to play a very stunless lineup? Do we want to pick a position 5 that doesn't allow us any more lockdown, which we've already kind of struggled with? And that's where NP, you know, doesn't fulfill that role that I'm alluding to, but is more damage, is more trading, very similar fashion to Pugna, except now you can rush down. You honestly close a few more of those heroes for Brile in the mid lane, just cannot be weak to those early teleports. Is definitely going to allow them to be more aggressive in the early game. But I still think need some lockdown, need some ways to keep heroes around the Bristleback for Bamisway. Because if you get too far ahead of yourself here, then you've got a whole bunch of damage, you've got a whole bunch of physical damage, but who's actually going to land? And they decide to steal Venge. Okay.
I was literally about to say Venge would be amazing here. You know, going to help amplify the damage coming in from the Bristleback, some salvation away from Tusk Rolls, and just a very solid laner overall. I guess this is also somewhat answers the question that you had about their stuns. Eventually, you get like some Aghanim shot, makes it a little bit easier. But they can actually still play really quickly on the side of Bamisway if things go well early on. The thing I'm intrigued about though is now that they have the Venge, who's going where? Was this Nature's Prophet going to be now the 5 and then Venge plays 4? Is Nature's Prophet a core hero? What's going to be taking place here?
Yeah, I think my initial reaction would just be make the NP4, put Husky on Vengeful Spirit, give the Nature's Prophet maybe a little bit more farm, and then pair him with the Bristle so that way he can secure the Bristlebacks early game, which I think is the bigger part of the draft. Still has to be very careful. You're playing NP versus Tusk. If you ever lose track of him, he's going to be snowballing on top of you because you are that easy of a target for him to pin down. But I think securing the Bristlebacks early game is really where the NP's value is going to be found the most in the draft. It just matters now, what is Samson going to play to survive versus the Tusk lane? Because if NP's going to be securing Bristlebacks game, Vengeful Spirit's not known for her trading ability. It's where that hero does get overwhelmed very quickly. It's where I wonder if Samson's going to end up on a more defensive hero. I would be very surprised if they decide to play hard into that Tusk lane in that Tusk game. And Brewmaster, well, they know you have Bristleback NP Venge. You've got very little team fight right now on Bamisui, so TSM are doubling down in that regard. Also with the TA pickup, still keeping flexible, but starting to narrow down on those cores.
Yeah. Narrowing down a little bit, curating exactly how they want to be playing the rest of this game. And TA has also been one of the more successful heroes overall in our qualifiers. She has been winning a bajillion games, has a lot of damage. If they ever get in front of the Bristleback, you know, you toss them up with the Brewmaster split, you hold them in place with the Ice Shards, and TA can absolutely kill even a hero like Bristleback. So I definitely like this. The question, though, is where is she going? Is this going to be mid-TA, I imagine? Or is it going to be a safe lane for Simato?
Absolutely could be mid-TA. And I think that's where TSM, they withhold the right to switch their lanes all the way up into that final pick, because Bryle's one of the best TAs. Really, I want to say in the game, just because he's practiced it so much. I think in terms of pro games, he's definitely up there for mid laners that just will take it no matter what. Him and Tomato definitely can swap places in that regard. But okay, Bamisui pick up mag. I'm happy. The hero gets through. They get a little bit more lockdown. Not a very reliable stun, but once you get that harpoon, that becomes your reliable play. And one of the best situations you can have, honestly, versus TA. As soon as she's in, she's very immobile. If she doesn't get that blink out, if you get it through those refraction charges, TA can get abused by Magnus pretty easily. You can RTZ her. You can get her stuck in the fight. And then, well, it's perfect. It's exactly what you want. I think this is definitely something that Bamisui can abuse, even though, like I said, not the most reliable, but it can be. Just needs to get to that point.
And it also gives them an ability to play the game, right? They actually have... There's never going to be a point in time where it's like, well, boys, we actually can't do anything, you know? They will always have something in mind for them. They have some high ground defense. They have a way to clear out these ancients right now. I like it. And Magnus is just... It's Magnus, dude. This hero is just so good at the moment. So I completely understand it. Makes sense to me. The one thing that I am a little bit concerned about is that I don't think you necessarily need the old school Magnus combos anymore, but you at least need one hero that can take some kind of an advantage, whether it's the damage output or the cleave. Bristleback has terrible attack speed and deals all his damage from the Bloodstone Ags anyway. Doesn't really care about this. Neither do Nature's Prophet or NP. Or Vengeful Spirit, sorry. And the fact that they already have Venge plus Magnus, bro, if these like safe laners, imagine if like Juggernaut was good in the meta right now. My god, this would be an amazing game for him.
No, it would be on paper, but that's where unfortunately in this patch, in this meta, everything is just so locked down. Everything is just so, you have to be this hero or you're not a hero, at least in our meta as it stands. And a Visage ban, very, very, very different. TSM are kind of hedging their bets here. They're just banning out heroes, but I don't know if they have a finger on what Bamisui are going to pick up either. Maybe assuming that it's going to be Samson Bristleback, it's going to be mid-mag, and they're going to change things up for their offlane. I don't know. I think the Visage ban is lost on me a little bit here, but at the same time, maybe they're just worried about getting overwhelmed with the Nature's Prophet of early aggression. Of course, Visage, one of the best heroes at making those plays happen. But now, Bamisui, I was thinking maybe they need to fit a Necro ban into the their final bans out here, but instead want the Invoker out. Makes sense. Don't think you want to play versus Brow Invoker. It's very obnoxious for any hero to deal with. Just means that you're much slower in the mid lane. But Bamisway got to make the call now. What's it going to be? Is it going to be something weird with Samson on the Bristleback? Are you just simply looking for your carry now? I think they could just pick Luna if they want to. And no, Lena.
Didn't see that one coming. Lena. Okay, this is interesting, especially because in the event that TA goes mid, didn't TA used to win the Lena lane? Like, wasn't that the thing? Mid-re-mid?
It used to, way back in the day. I think now it's a little bit closer because, of course, Dragon Slave has Dot now. You can actually just get through her refraction in a single spell, and then they pick Pango. And I guess with the Lena pick, you don't have to worry about Brow cheesing you on 24. Everybody is actually playing Dota honestly here, and then they just simply put Tomato on the TA. But it's going to be Samson Bristleback. So okay, they decide to go for it. I know that he loves that hero. I feel like he liked the previous iteration of that hero where you bought the Aghanim Scepter and then were more of a physical damage carry in that regard where you're literally clicking people, but you do the same thing with this Ags. I think the most interesting part about the Samson Bristle is just whether or not he goes for the Zai build, keeping Bristleback at level 1, losing out on that damage, but keeping those procs of Bristleback just constantly abusing you. Versus TA Pango, we'll see. It's a lot of physical damage that he might not want to have to deal with, but we'll see this mid lane, because I think that's where maybe Brow gets worked a little bit. Maybe he's not able to find that easy draw. I think that's where Mobe is definitely going to try to play up the mechanical aspect of that mid lane, just try to abuse that range versus melee matchup as much as he can.
One thing I don't like about this Bamisway lineup is that they still are quite bereft of overall team fight, Literally just Magnus that they're relying on. At the same time, though, they have so much more damage than they did in Game 1. In Game 1, there were points where you ask yourself, how do they actually kill these heroes? And you could see it in the fights, right? People would fall so low, but the additional follow-up wasn't there. That is not going to be a problem this time around, my friend. Lena, Bristleback, even Magnus is no slouch in the damage department. So they are going to have much better scaling. It's just, can they out-execute the team fight of Pango and Brewmaster and Tusk? That's going to be a tall ask, but if they can weather that storm, get to the point where these heroes are super tanky, I could see it for Bamisway. What's your read on the situation? ET, what are the odds of us going to a game 3 here in the series?
I'd say they're pretty good. I like what they've got going for them. I think Lena's kind of the odd one out in the lineup, but I think it is just being safe in the draft, making sure that Brow doesn't get that de facto counter pick. But everything else is just going to be physical damage amp, playing around this Bristleback. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Samson himself, whether or not he can output enough on this hero. Make the Bristleback look like the broken global sensation that he is everywhere else. And TSM dealing with that, we'll see. Maybe they just put him into the air with Kasane and his Primal split, but at the same time, if you let a Bristleback get out of control, he can completely take over the game.
Let's see how this all goes in the second and all-important game. TSM, should they claim victory, they will find themselves in the upper bracket final, and we're going to have the first skirmish. It took several minutes in Game 1. It's not going to take that long in Game 2, as TSM will find Blink. The Whitemon with the eye shot sets up for the first kill, and they should be able to find the second onto Samson as well. That is the best thing in the world. Great times. You know how many times I've seen where the Tusk goes in, you level shards at level 1, you don't get the kill, and suddenly you've griefed the whole game because you don't have tag team? Yeah, that's not the case this time here. ET, great kills, allows them to plant down some vision, and guarantees them some bounties while they're at it.
Yeah, they just get to completely reset. A lot of deep vision placed by Bamisway in the meantime, but doesn't feel like it's necessarily going to matter. They're trying to get back out onto the map in time, but there's nothing that they can really do here. There might be a small skirmish here on Brow trying to go for this bottom rune, but they're actually busy dewarding, and they do get one of them, but
okay.
Take a step away from the runes for a second, and I think they're going to lose out on, yeah.
It goes 2-2 for them. Despite how badly it went in the first game. It's going to be a rough start, to be fair. Having to be behind, especially when it's Kasane that got the first blood. So you have a Brewmaster that's off to a hot start. But overall, Bamisway still have a good shot at this. If they just keep calm, play some strong team fights, And crucially, we need this mid lane to go well. Obviously, we've seen this lane many times throughout this year, the Lina versus the Pango. Where's it at currently in 734C?
It should still be painful. It should still hurt. Mobe should really put the hurt onto Bryle. Makes it a little bit easier for Bryle having that extra assist gold. He's only 150 gold away from that bottle, so it should alleviate some of that pressure. But until Bryle can get raindrops, can get his stick, there's a lot of zoning that Mobe can do. It's where really all he has to do is maybe dodge out on the damage from the shield crash, tank some creeps, just right-click Bryle anytime he gets a CS. It's a very costly lane for the Pango. Anytime he wants to get those last hits, he's going to have to assume damage. But that's where Mobe just has to not let him get away with too much. If this ends up being a draw, it's a failure for Mobe. He wants to be very aggressive.
Bottom lane, speaking of aggression, they're going on to Tomato here. They really want to try and find a kill, but unable to find the angle to hold him in place. So just back to farming. Moo's gonna try and make sure that this lane not just goes well like in game 1, but that they're able to translate it into something in the mid game. As the Magnus here, is his build gonna be heads up for the Blink Dagger? Should he stop over for something else first?
Nah, Treads Blink, keep it simple. I think Moo especially might even just get Arcanes. He likes having that extra mana to spam out, even though everybody does the max skewer build now pretty much, unless your lane is really going slow. But we'll have to see. Keep an eye on his skill build. But right now, trades are going great. Doing a really good job. Don't think Tomato has a point up in the refraction just yet, but oh my god.
My goodness, how did that happen? He doesn't have a point into the Bristleback just yet. He's only level 1. They managed to run him down. That is... I'm genuinely surprised that that happened. Near the tier 1 tower, Samson ends up dead, and the worst part about this is not only did the Bristleback die, that is yet another kill involvement for Kasane early on.
Yeah, that just means that supports, especially the Brew, it's a little bit more of that level tick up. It's where Immersion gets closer to level 4, level 5. That Spirit Calling gets really obnoxious to play into. The duration just scales. The silence scales so well on that spell. Just makes it much easier to then start making movements around the map. But just gets greedy. Caught up in the lane. Again, just without a little bit of regen, and then suddenly you get punished. I wonder if there's a point where he leaves to just stack on the Vengeful Spirit. But elsewhere, bottom lane, they're killing it. They're doing a great job making these trades happen.
They've already forced out quite a lot of HP away from Whitemon, forcing him to have to pop a salve right now. Tomato's also practically out of regen. And they are still in a very healthy spot. Got some Wraith Band coming in right now for Moose. He's going to keep the right-click game going. Actually going double Wraith Band. I like this. Both Blink and Moo. Realizing that how they win is through sheer right-clicks. And they're going to try and go on to Blink. But Tomato going to find himself forced to pop the Refraction to ensure he doesn't die in revenge. But nonetheless... this feels very good. When you've been harassed all this time, but you still manage to find the kill before your enemy, what a feeling in Dota 2.
Yeah, not just that, you push them back away from the Lotus. I don't know how TSM always is able to manage this, but whenever the Lotus is coming up, the wave is pushing into the offlaner, they make space happen, and Blink, you just came here. Oh, what a sprout. But that was a real big problem. That was just him getting a little bit overzealous there with the teleport. At least he makes that sprout play happen. Otherwise, he's dead again.
That would have been really tragic. On the bright side, it's Nature's Prophet, so it doesn't have to do the Walk of Shame, but would have been a pretty big deal for their prospect of winning this game. On the bright side, though, they are making sure that Tomato isn't actually CSing all that much. So that is a healthy situation when Samson is at the very least CSing well, despite the earlier death.
Now he's able to recover. He's going to be able to take those stacks. It's going to be a little bit slower, but look at this. Immersion finds time to abuse the lane here on the rune. Means that he's not going to get a water rune in his bottle. A little unfortunate there for Mobe, because now Bryle can actually force you to play defensively. You have to look at your HP. Mobe still is looking to play aggressive, but at the same time, Bryle is taking the XP advantage. He's playing up on these creeps. He's finding that draw that Mobe doesn't want to give him. It's where he's got to start turning up the heat a little bit. Otherwise, this Pango's just going to start rotating. He's going to start ignoring you. As soon as you hit level 7, you can just swash out the lane, and then you can really ignore the Lina.
Another temperature pun. I see. Down bottom. Tomato very comfortably trying to finish off the power trades here. They could honestly, where their position right now, they could maybe try and play with a twin gate coming through, but instead they're going to go directly onto Blink with the snowball. Whitemon really wants to find this kill with Tomato. Blink juking and jiving in the trees, even threw back a blood grenade for good measure. And Tomato, he's falling low, but he does have refraction, so he should be fine. I think he's trying to bait the TP in from Nature's Prophet. Very wisely though, Blink will not take said bait. Will go home instead.
Yeah. Tomato knows as well, with the double ranged creeps on him, if he does pop refraction, it's going to be pretty sketchy, so just doesn't want to risk it. But it's a good reset. Blink gets to walk out, gets more regen, has just been ferrying, been a little pocket courier for Moo. Doesn't have to wait for many of his items, but look who's come through. Samson says, yeah, I'm done with this. He's ganking Tomato.
Okay, normally it's the 5 position, not the carry, that makes the twin gate rotation, but looks like it's actually going to pan out well. Samson actually gets the kill onto Tomato. His team is hoping he can accomplish a double here. They will rather keep him alive though, so they retreat with the Bristleback. But that's a very intriguing rotation. It does throw the Vengeful Spirits to the Wolves at the top lane, but certainly a worthwhile trade for them overall.
Yeah, then immediately comes back, gets Urn, gets Cinderbrood, you know. Kasane is going to be in a really good spot in a few seconds here. He's going to have that primal split. He's been given that alone time because Immersion just knows the lane's going well. Maybe occasionally I have to pull, but give Kasane all of the XP he wants and needs. I mean, the Bristleback just ganked my safe laner. Certainly my lane's going well. It's got to be going through Kasane's mind.
Mid lane, Mobe. His lane is about to start going very poorly as Whitemon with the ice shards set him up, but they actually couldn't find the kill. Whitemon trying to roll in right now. Doesn't manage to kill him just yet. Whitemon actually ends up dead to the support road. Raul also got a little bit lucky. If he had one more errant bounce on the high ground, he might have been also repositioned badly, but somehow, some way, Mobe gets to survive that engagement.
No, and of course, Tusk Pango, it's a combo that can feel make or break. Sometimes you just ruin them with the shards, but then in that situation, you ruin your teammate a little bit. You just gets an ugly bounce, isn't able to connect, Mobe bottles up, the dive becomes too sketchy. At least Brow doesn't lose his life, but that's not what they wanted. That was a clean kill onto Mobe that ends up slipping through their fingers. A kill that would have given Whitemon his boots, who now has to kind of slowly walk around the map. Lanes are feeling a lot better from Bamisoi this time around. Even though I think top lane, still a little bit left to be desired. I think you're going to see the Bristleback have to fully retreat in a few moments here with that Primal Split being online. Because now Kasane, he's the king of the top lane. And I think, yeah, he's getting his free kill. No time wasted. Just wants his money, wants his tower. He's looking to just make his moves on the map.
Bristleback already vacated the area wisely. But no one to defend this. Means a free tier 1, like you say. And they're actually going middle potentially. Looking for Mobe here. He was almost connected to with the dead shot. But he does have 2 very defensive wards to help him out. Link will also ensure that the haste rune is saved up for him. He needs it quickly though to get away from Briar and this rolling thunder. The thunder though will connect onto BNC because Blink has no way out of this himself. And he will end up dead. Whitemon's shards blocking off any support potential from Bamisoi. Not the worst death in the world, I suppose, given that did require several TSM heroes to show up here. It's buying space and time for Sammy Boy in the top lane to keep farming. Magnus is still holding it down bottom. Moo has literally suffered 0 tower damage. So this game is, despite the kill disparity, like leaps and bounds better than the first one.
No, definitely is. You're not seeing TSM drag the game away just yet. Even though now Immersion is going to start focusing on stacking, making these Ancients something that Tomato is going to want to rotate to. But I think also it's a bit of an overreaction from TSM. They got to be a little bit careful. You start over-rotating, you don't end up getting those core kills. Nature's Prophet is something you'll take 10 minutes into a game, but eventually those rotations, those TP scrolls, they end up not funding that cost. It just ends up being a little expensive, but at the same time, they want to put the pressure on Tomato. A lot of heroes down here now, but immediate TP rotations.
Yeah, the TP rotations are here, but that's going to just set them up for a multi-hero RP. As Moo able to get the kill onto Immersion first with the help of Blink. And they can't find Tomato though. They ran out of damage, ET. Mu will be able to TP home. Kasane is here, doesn't have the Bruce Split at the ready. They should be able to escape away from him. Well, maybe not Husky because he's being pincered into by Whitemon. But Bamisoy, they ran out of damage. Well, I'm not sure if they just ran out of damage, but it looked like for a second they were targeting Immersion first. And that loses them their chance to bring down Tomato.
Yeah, gets to walk away. A little bit of skirmish now on that 10-minute rune and blink. Oh, God.
Blink. Poor Blink. Laguna Blade out onto Whitemon. Whitemon's actually falling very low himself. He might end up dying with one more spell from Mobe or a couple more right clicks. And unfortunately for Bryle, Blink a little bit too tanky to get brought down in that fashion. Will be able to get out of dodge.
It's very peculiar, and the only reason that bottom plate goes so well is because Mobe ends up canceling Brow's TP, so all he can do is stick around in the mid lane. If Pango shows up there, I feel like you're losing cores on Bamisoy, but at least you drag the fight out, you drag them away, get to buy a little bit of time for that bristleback, and Mu was, despite committing RP, not very much disturbed, is still just farming, looking for that Blink Dagger. One of the issues with Magnus, you do have to just stick in your lane until your blink is done. You can't really navigate. But again, 4th rotation here from Samson.
Oh, man. You know you were talking about how he plays support as a carry player. Man, this guy's playing carry like a support right now. You want to try and make this dive onto Tomato, but Whitemon, he's already here. He's got his back. So Samson realizes that this move is not going to happen. Forced to go back to the top side of the map. But they're still thinking about it. They will get the swap back there. Nice drag back very far away from the rest of the squad. Tomato has no more refraction, but they just don't have enough damage. The assistance has come in right now from Immersion and Whitemon, and it turns into an easy kill for Tomato instead. At the same time, Bruce Split goes out into the top side of the map onto Samson. He should be able to bring down this Bristleback. Oh my goodness, Husky with the last second support, keeping Bristleback alive. They really want to try to bring down Kasane before the Brew Split, but he does come back, and now he turns back onto Samson with the Cinder Brew and the clap. He should have this. Samson, though, gets saved once more with the magic missile. Kasane, he's eating a few too many cool sprays, so he does have to be careful here. And he does decide it's time to leave, get the hell out of dodge. Husky gonna try to go for the solo kill. He has no other option. Why did he turn? E.T., why did he turn? He was dead to rights. Oh no. Oh, he loses his nerve, decides to run away from the fight, and Kasane punishes him for his cowardice.
Yep, gets 2 more vessel charges, gets to stay back out on the map. Meanwhile, you lose Mobe. I think finally a clean roll ends up landing. There's no way for them to save them, and maybe not. Maybe it's just them just finding him on the rune, just playing aggressive. And now TSM, they start cooking. They start getting that 3k gold lead. They start finding that net worth. Then you realize, well, TSM, they've got this setup. The TA is not getting shoved out. Bamisoy aren't bringing enough heroes, and I think the biggest difference right now is that Mobe isn't showing up in that TA's lane. He's not the hero that they're swapping into LSA, getting those kills going. And in the meantime, they're setting up themselves for Midases. They're setting themselves up for a lot of gold here. At least Bamisoy has been right on it with the NP as well. They're also getting those stacks going, farming up, but they're sharing. Moon wants his Blink Dagger just as much as Samson wants progress towards that Ags, which is fine, you know? In fact, Samson's just given everything to Moo, so hopefully they can get some play going with that Mag Blink, but until then, it's net worth invested in no play so far. It's been very patient. At least it's coming on the courier now.
At first you don't succeed, try again. Looks like they might be trying to go with that dodge down into the bottom side of the map. Sadly, like you said, Mobe doesn't have an easy way to get here. Did not go for the bots build on his Lina. So showing up to this fight is not going to be happening anytime soon. They just don't have the damage, unfortunately for them, to do any of these moves. But Mu might try now though. TPing to the mid lane. He's not in the trees. It's going to try to go heads up into Kasane, but he will get the Blink Dagger revealed for nothing. Brewmaster Split comes out from Kasane, and he's thinking about going right onto Husky. Husky losing a lot of HP, but healthy enough. But Kasane realizes he can't do this. And now Kasane needs to escape. He knows that Mu is waiting to try and blink skewer him. They're going to swap him instead with the Tumbler's Toy right underneath the tier 1 tower. That's the combo you wanted. It doesn't go onto Tomato, but it does catch out Kasane. Mu hoping to try and find another blink target. Nice swashbuckle from Brawl to disable the Blink Dagger. That should end this little skirmish. But Bamisoy ecstatic to finally have something going their way.
Yeah, and that wasn't expensive at all. That's how every play they do should go. Just swap into LSA, connecting with the Venge and the Lina. It's the best play they got, besides getting an immaculate RP skewer play from Moo, but you can't expect that much out of the Magnus right now, especially not during daytime. It's just too hard to approach a lot of these engagements, and the punish is always going to be there if Bryle is in the team fight. If you can see the Pango, you know that any RP that you do is going to be met with a roll, and sometimes it's just going to be a wasted RP. But during all of this, those stacks were farmed. TA got to move into the triangle. Tomato's still farming at a blistering speed. Gonna have 15-minute D-Lance Deso. And then, suddenly, TSM gets set up for that Roche top, and that's the team fight that Bamisoy want to win. Need to win. But mid, yeah.
There's a combo again. Perfect. Got him. Like you said, not hard at all. Whenever they have the cooldown off of Laguna Blade, they should be going for those maneuvers. And this is what we were lacking in game 1, right? They didn't have any easy availability of having a kill combo, a kill squad. This time, they definitely do. And it's going to also help them hold this mid lane. Sort of keep the TSM map control in check a little bit. Whitemon also going to be giving up an additional kill. Husky and Mobe are overlapping their stuns quite a lot, and that's going to keep this Tusk alive because of it.
Yeah, just not very patient. I find it funny that Mobe ends up going for the Blink Dagger here, but I think he's just scared of missing out on that play, and now he literally can't with the Blink. His Blink, though, I don't know if he makes out of this one. It's a great block off, though, but okay. The roll ensures it.
Good try, good try. He's telling his team space, boys, space. Push mid, push mid, push mid. I make space, I make space.
And without Rolling Thunder, they can get a pretty convincing push here. Regen Rune on Mobe as well, keeping his mana pool topped off. But here we go. They've got Bruce, but they don't want to get trapped here. Moo gets his blink disabled, but having 2 blinks on your heroes, until there's a blink on the Pango, there is really no easy way for TSM to catch you. It's where slow reaction times is Bamisoy's worst nightmare right now. And during all this, they are making space. That Ags is getting closer and closer for the Bristle. Of course, you really want Ags Bloodstone in this game, so you actually have a way to reset yourself in these fights, but Samson's making that recovery happen. He's farming a 5-star right now of Ancients, but smoke whiffs. Tomato's too good. Just knows nobody's showing him the mid lane. My team's in their triangle. Something has to be happening right now.
His team is actually going to be looking for a quick kill onto Husky. They should be able to find it without too much difficulty here. So that's a Venge dead. Does finish off the Medallion of Courage before death, though. But the crucial thing is now we have more map estate. Tier 1 tower almost certainly going to fall here. And Tomato is the one that gets the last hit. He's got 10k net worth pretty much at 18 minutes into the game. He's going to have Blink, D-Lance, Deso with full power trades here, ET, at 18 minutes. That's insane amount of farm.
No, he's on a different level, especially in this series. Even to the Weaver game, he is just more farmed than I've seen a lot of the carry players so far in this tournament. Just prioritizing himself. All of his map movements have been very nice. Just knowing where he needs to be. Even that movement just now. Getting that mid tower, moving immediately into the enemy Ancients, taking that away from your opponents. And this is a cheeky steal. This is an attempt here. They've got a ton of anti-armor, and they will be able to force it, but you do see TSM heroes en route. They do have scan as well. They really wanted to make sure, but I think they've got it for Bamisoy. A very nice sneak, but they got to be careful. Once they catch wind that this Roche is going down, Kasane can cut you off. He can leave these stragglers out to dry, but Roche gets claimed. Kasane's running up. They want to get some revenge here. They don't want to let you get away with this for free, even though the call has been made. Everybody's trying to evacuate, and it's a clean getaway.
I'm very surprised that nobody got caught as a straggler, especially not Husky going through the twin gate. But they do. They all get out. Well done to the Bamisoy lineup. Having now an Aegis for this Bristleback, this should secure him at the very least like the Ags and a half. We'll see how far he finishes the Bloodstone before the duration expires. Things looking a little bit better for them. The question is, if you're on the side of TSM, how do you play into this Aegis? Do you just dodge? Or do you think they're strong enough to maybe fight through it?
I absolutely think they're strong enough to fight through it. Their team fight's just too good, and is this the way you want this to start? That's Blink reveal on Bryle, and now Moo's in over his head.
He definitely is way too far forward. He thought I was going to be finding an RP or two. Instead, he just gets rolled into. Mobe will assassinate Immersion with the Laguna Blade. as Blink tries to save the life, or gets his life saved for a second by Husky, but in retrospect, Husky should have just let him die. As Tomato will accrue a double kill here. Yeah, Sammy and Mobe survive, but they're about to also lose out on a Tormentor as it spawns right now. Things are not looking as good as they could have been, despite the fact that they have an Aegis.
And the question is, are your cores too far behind? How many objectives do you need to give up now while we wait? I think, is that Tomato currently setting up? Yep, just double melds the Tormentor. That kills it. It's insane. Tomato has his shard now as well. And the good news is that Tomato can die. He's still a Templar Assassin. You get through the refraction, you skewer him back, you catch him in a position he can't escape. He will die. Is this the way you start your fight, though?
This is so scary, man. They're putting out this damage onto Brew, but it's a Brewmaster with 2k HP, like 10 armor. Killing him before we can get off the split, very difficult proposition, especially with the heroes that you have. Soy still in need of some good plays to be made for themselves. And the play is going to be coming towards them though, because TSM, they will smoke. They want to come protect their tier 1 middle. I don't think they'll be able to protect it in time, but they may be able to find the play thereafter. Kasane does not have a Blink Dagger, so him initiating is quite difficult. In fact, wait, nobody has Blink Dagger, it feels like, outside of Bryle. And Bryle is not the one that's nearby the fight at the moment, so I'm not sure that this engagement will actually happen. Soy, they definitely don't want it to happen. They'll be content just farming away. But now here's the Blink Daggering guy. It's Bryle. He's looking towards Mobe. They want their Lina, they want her bad, and they are gonna get her. At the same time, Tomato easily able to evaporate Husky. Samson,
oh boy,
in between all these Broomerlings. They toss them up into the air. They're disabling him. They're slowing him up. And that's going to be the first life taken away. And honestly, not so sure how he survives the second one. Moo gets his Blink disabled by Bryle. Bryle has had Moo's number the whole damn game. He kills him all for good measure. Samson now getting snowballed into. There's no way for him to survive. He is brought down low. And it turns into a full 5 hero wipe. TSM. I don't even think they expected to get a team wipe here, ET.
No, certainly they did not. But it almost falls into their lap. They catch Soy after that tier 1. Going into their triangle, going into TA territory where she already has all of these full duration traps set up, and then you get picked apart. It's where you go ahead of your support, the sentries aren't down. They felt like they needed to get any objective, which I understand, but they press their luck and they get punished. A punish that is going to be very difficult for them to recover now, especially with Mobe deciding to go for these travels instead of the Ags components, means that we're going to be waiting for a lot more of that damage. And again, I pose the question, are the cores just too far behind? Are we not going to get to see that monster Bristleback at this point? It only gets easier for Moo to initiate the closer they get to Bamisoy's base. But if TSM want to, they can stall out the entire map. If they really wanted to, they wait out Aegis another 6 minutes, they look for these plays, and they're happy. Mobe? I think he's fine. Brow's actually kind of on his own here.
Let's see how tanky Bryle is. Turns out the answer is not that much. And they zap him. That must have just felt very, very satisfying to do for Mobe. 1,000+ gold in exchange for it as well. So that also just helps the overall war effort from Bamisoy.
Yeah. Acting on his own. Thinking Mobe is going to be an easy kill, I suppose, but very odd from Bryle. Did not have any backup en route. Everybody else was playing with Bryle, so gets caught out. Uncharacteristic from him, but the rest of the lineup maintained formation. They're still farming 2 lanes. They're still farming Bamisoy's Ancients. It's why they're getting pressed all the way to the Radiant Triangle right now, trying to get any semblance of farm. While Kasane does not care. He's Travel's Radiance, man. He is Midas Travel's Radiance guy. He is as greedy as you can be on Brew and getting away with it.
Hasn't been punished. Only died a single time the entire game. So, things are going this well for you. Why decide to fix it? You just keep doing you, fam. Now they've got a double damage rune on this Temporary Assassin. If Roshan was up, they would have certainly gone straight into the pit, but she'll consent herself with just farming up with this item. And then we're going to be going for a Silver Edge next, which all of a sudden, we're going to be complicating life for Samson. ET? Do they even need a Silver Edge? Yes, she has a double damage rune, but my god, that damage. We're going to see another fight happening bottom. The fear onto Mobe. Oh no. So one of the other concerns I have about the build from Mobe, not only do you delay the Aghanim components, but there's no possibility of a BKB. You're just screwed. Around this mid lane right now, Brawl will get caught out by the rest of Bami Soy, are outside of the top part of the map, and they are at least able to bring him down. But in exchange for Mobe and for Samson, definitely not worth it.
No, definitely not. And again, it's funny. It just seems like Bryle's stuck in the wrong lane, which is why he gets taken out. Didn't even have to RPM in that situation. But it doesn't matter. The Merchant's in the right spot. He catches you split pushing. You can feel that Bambi Soy don't want to fight right now. They want to avoid. They need more net worth. They need time. They need to avoid TSM, at least the core of TSM, as much as they can. If Brawl keeps giving him these little kills, you know, I mean, he's third highest net worth hero in the game. It is gold in the pocket of Bambi Soy, but it still doesn't feel good. In TSM now, I think Brawl is just going to join up with the crew. They're starting to really narrow the map. You're not getting away with this creep cutting, even though Moo's going to try to stay out on the map as long as possible. And in 45 seconds, we'll know how kind this Roche is to Bambi Soy. They want max timer. They want to get a next batch of items before they have to drag themselves out towards the pit again. Early timer, and then TSM look for their early victory.
Victory is potentially at hand here. TSM can taste it. They can smell it. One step away from the upper bracket finals. Then at that point, you're just 2 series wins. Just 5 games of Dota between going to Kuala Lumpur or just staying home. Top lane, Husky just gets... Oh, I don't even want to call that an assassination. They just sneeze at him and he dies at this point.
Yeah, gets 2-shot. It's not very easy. But as soon as they clean the rats out of top, they start enveloping the bottom lane, the mid lane. They start being annoying. It'll be a middle-of-the-road Roche timer. Minute 30. Not exactly what Bambi Soy wanted, but better than a 45-second, it's coming right now timer. But again, TSM, they're getting tighter. They're getting better at closing off the map. They've got this vision. They know now. Cut the mid wave, cut the bottom wave. You have an idea of where you are, and these creeps are getting closer and closer to Bambi Soy. It's where those mistakes are going to happen. Gotta be so careful now, because if you die on your side of the map, suddenly you get Glyph Forest, suddenly your back's against the wall, then you don't get to make an attempt at that Roche fight. If you lose Glyph, you always have to be looking behind you for those creeps hitting your base.
Now creeps coming to hit your base. It's heroes and these creeps. And they're gonna do the cheese. Pushing with the Brew Monster. They were looking for a little bit of damage onto Samson just to bother him, but man, Brew Monster, these ghost pushes with this hero, kinda silly. Kasane might actually die here. The Earth Ruling is in a lot of danger. Blink, hit the thing, dude. Okay. I didn't see the Storm Ruling had left. I thought like Blink was just chilling for no reason, but never mind. My bad, Blink. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, Mobe. Okay, utilizing these BTs to at least split the map and spread it out a bit. Like you said, they don't want to fight at the moment, so force TSM to run around looking for you. You can buy some space and time. Unfortunately, what this does mean, though, ET, is now their path to Roche on top is completely wide open. It's been scouted by TSM. They should be able to take it quite easily.
Yep, and then they see 3 heroes bottom. They get the D ward, but unfortunately for Bambi Soy, if they're just a little bit closer in net worth, if the heroes are just a little bit smaller in TSM, absolutely. They have this very unique situation. Kasane doesn't have split. They could force an engagement where, of course, he's a very strong hero without split. It's what he's built his hero up for. They could make a convincing contest, but because the game is in the state that it is, they're still mode dodge. We're going to get the net worth out of the map. We're going to have to give them the second Aegis. Even though if they have this extremely unique situation, they're not even able to chance it. They don't want to risk it. They're going to value their gold, their buybacks, getting a little bit more net worth out of the map instead of going for that risky contest. So they won't lose the game outright, but they are playing for those skewer backs now. You're allowing TSM to get closer and closer to your base, and you don't have Glyph right now. So if TSM want to, they march down any lane, they're going to get more damage on your buildings.
Okay, just a little bit of a fear there. Immersion finds that long range on the dead shot, but no follow-up coming in from Brawl. Not sure he was completely ready for that situation. We will see them sort of trading some damage onto tier 2s, but they TP it back in mass to try and deal with Blink. They find the Nature's Prophet and they should be able to kill him. Blink, sorry Brait, did his best to make this entertaining, will not matter. And at the same time, Kasane and Tomato were just pushing the tier 2 top, and now they're going to be going onto the high ground here. These heroes need to run quickly, and not all of them will be able to get here at the same time. But they're going to end up losing the tier 3 tower. And that'll be enough for now. Lots of damage being done onto the range rise. Kasane, of course, with the Earth Panda and that stupid Demolish passive, able to take down the range racks.
Oh, you like 4 shots at whenever Tomato hits it with the Deso. It's ridiculous. But Bamisoy wanted to make a play onto Brile bottom. They were smoked behind Blink. They tried to do something, but when that play doesn't happen, they're already on the base. You don't have Glyph. You get forced into this terrible situation. You get bottled back anyway. And now Mobe, they see each other. Brile's facing the wrong way, so he just keeps on going forward. But very odd. Yeah. Very odd play, but very little lost. They're going to lose their Tormentor again here. Can only imagine. Mon just does the setup and then will die very quickly. But again, they see Blink. He spawns trees. He gets the D ward. Does Immersion keep him locked down enough, though? No, they will miss out on each other, but again, this is just tightening up the map. TSM have this Aegis for a very long time. They did get their Glyph refreshed after that top tier 3 went down, but they're just amassing a massive net worth lead now while they wait for Primal Split to be back up off cooldown as well. So the fight only gets easier for TSM.
Also building into his Octarine core for Kasane so that the Primal Split is up even more often than it already is. Fun. There is a big item that Bamisoy have just gotten for themselves. Would have been nice for Samson to have the Bloodstone, but BKB in this game against the Brewmaster, against the Pangolier, against the Muerta, there's still a lot of value I can see BKB having.
Yeah, absolutely. Just make sure that you still stay relevant in the fight. He almost wants a second blade. No, Tomato. Ags reveal. He's in.
Tomato with the Ags coming in with the Aegis as well, forcing an RP from Moo with the BKB going. Moo's still alive, but they at least want the first life. Samson can't even take that away from Tomato. Kasane also pops the cheese to avoid dying here, and now he can get off the Brew Split. They toss Samson into the air. They kill him off. Big hit from Tomato ensures that they bring down this Vengeful Spirit as well. And Mobe, you thought he could escape. He's on the high ground. He's by the tier 4 towers, but even there, he's not safe, ET. He ends up being brought down. Blink came in to try and assist his squad. All he's really doing is going to be assisting in some gold numbers for the TSM squad. He retreats into the fountain. As usual, Kasane, once he sees at least one hero is dead, focuses on the buildings. Full lane of racks in the top lane, and they're going for the second one through mid.
Yeah, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think the game's over. There's no buybacks on any of these heroes. Everybody has been playing for having those items, and you're going to use Blink again here. They're going to go to that bottom racks. You don't have any Glyph. If they wanted tier 4s, they certainly would have it. You've got maybe one team fight left in Bamisoy, but you're against Megas. You don't have RP. They could just be talking about the next game at this point, because yeah, there's not a lot of hope right now. Didn't get the Aegis. They've got almost all of their ultimates coming back up. Just the Primal Split that they won't have access to in this last fight. I don't even know if they're going to have both tier 4s to play around here. Samson.
Sammy? Oh my goodness, there used to be a Samson there, but he's already gone. Moo as well, during his own BKB, just gets demolished. And their bodies have barely hit the deck, but the GGs have already been called. Bamisoy have seen enough. And TSM will be your first team getting into the upper bracket final here in the Kuala Lumpur qualifiers as they demolish in 2-0 fashion Bamisoy. And honestly, the way they're looking right now, ET, I think they're the team to beat.
No, in incredibly swift fashion, I might add. They just take you. They don't give you the map. They don't let you back into the game. Their laning is fantastic. Kasane spearheads every single play. He's everywhere he needs to be. He somehow keeps getting these insane matchups, and then he just whomps you He might not always rotate to every fight, but he is this net worth beast that stays in his lane, who never gives anything to you. I mean, Samson's ganking because he feels helpless in that situation. He can't do much with Husky. And I don't know, maybe they just need to draft a stronger lane. Maybe there just aren't enough heroes to mess with those numbers. But again, TSM pull out a completely different draft strategy and they look unbeatable. I think this is terrifying coming into that next set of games, and especially whoever the winner is on the other side of the bracket. TSM pull out 4 completely different drafts, almost 20 different heroes, and they look unbeatable every step of the way. I mean, that's why they look like the front runner of this tournament.
Absolutely. TSM, there's any other team in NA that's going to beat them, just study the replays. You still have a little bit of time right now. You've got an opportunity to try and figure out some kind of strats to go up against them. Because if you don't, they could just be cruising their way into Kuala Lumpur and going to compete in Malaysia for the $1 million prize pool. Because the games did end so quickly, it does mean that the next set of games is only going to be taking place in about 2 hours. I know it's a long wait. It's a long wait. However, that game is going to be another elimination situation taking place here. So it's going to be very fun to see how Bamisoi go and approach that situation if they want to still stay within the closed qualifiers for Kuala Lumpur. And it'll also just be interesting to see Pomyakas see what they've learned from yesterday and what adaptations they're bringing into this new day of Dota. Before we go on a break, ET, what do you think is the one thing that TSM is doing better than all the teams you've seen in NA, and how can other teams emulate them?
I mean, it's hard to say just be immersion, but look at this guy. Look at what he does every single time. Not only is his hero seemingly countering out all of the early game aggression from his opponents, but then he finds the catches. He's exactly where he needs to be. It feels like he's so on point with the communication. It just feels like everybody on TSM's on the same page. And it's so amazing because Immersion, another Russian guy, another international squad member slotting in so seamlessly. I mean, give it up to Moon Meander. I feel like they found their guy after Ari.
Well, Moon Meander, shout out to them. Shout out to TSM for being our first team in the upper bracket final. We'll be seeing them compete again later on tonight to see if they will be the first team to enter the grand finals. But in the meantime, 2-hour break, and when we return, myself and ET will be bringing you some more elimination Dota here in the closed qualifiers for the Kuala Lumpur event.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone so long. 'cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome one and all here to the ESL 1 qualifiers for the Kuala Lumpur land coming up in just a couple of weeks. And now we're going to be going into the lower bracket to witness some more Dota. Unfortunately, this time around, we are going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams. We are in the elimination portion of this evening of Dota. And after today, we'll have whittled down the participants to only, 3 or 4? Kind of a scary place to be right now. So if you're rooting for any of these teams, now is the time to give them your energy. My name is Snare. I'm going to be joined by ET and Homie. We have another lovely header here. We get to see the Bami Soe boys again. We get to see Pamyoka again. Give me the tail of the tape. What can we anticipate from the upcoming matchup?
Hopefully, some more activity out of Pomioka. I think in both of their drafts, and of course, these teams have one thing in common. They're both had to get knocked down to that lower bracket by upper bracket finalists. So they got something in common. They both had to play versus the big boys. Pomioka just a little bit earlier. So it's unfortunate, but I think Pomioka's draft versus Nouns, and of course, now that Nouns are that upper bracket finalist, maybe they're like, oh, cool, we lost to the good team, at least. But they just weren't able to get anything going. You get Meepo game 1. Game 2, you have Comart farming as much as he possibly can. That's like your saving grace. You're trying to make as much space as possible, and you last a little bit longer. But at the same time, your offlaner doesn't make sense. Your 4 isn't able to enable your mid laner. We don't see that pressure that all of these fantastic teams are able to put in that mid lane. I think if we can see Pomioka win their mid, if they could just put pressure, shove the supports there, make that mid lane a little bit less even, then fingers crossed, I'm ready. I also think, though, for Bami Soy, that our boy Mobe was a little hungry. I think he wants to win. I think he wants to feel good in a lane. Brow just takes you apart. It doesn't feel good to play versus him. And then he's got Immersion and Whiteman just helping him out at every turn as well. It's where that team's cohesion is still just a step above. And I think that's where Bami Soy can maybe make an adaptation, take a little bit from that series. The only advantage, and I guess the biggest advantage you can say for Pomioka coming into this series, is that A, Bami Soy already played today. B, you got to watch them do it. You know what they're bringing versus the A team. So now that they're playing versus you in the lower bracket, kind of have a plan already going into this series. Use that extra prep time that we got in between those series to maybe make some draft adjustments, maybe already get ready to try and avoid elimination, because it's going to be tough. They're already beating you kind of in the MMR war here. Now it's just do everything you can to hedge your bets, because you're not beating them in MMR, you're not beating them in raw skill. You've got Ancient Tribe players coming from across the pond here to knock you out, and you don't want to do that if you're NA.
Yep. I mean, that sometimes could work against the team that has that favorable advantage, right? It's one thing if you're a tier 7 announced in the stars, but if you're a Bami Soy lineup, you kind of still have to fight and claw your way into the big leagues. And there's expectation for you that just simply is not there for Pomioka. They can play without fear. If it doesn't work out, it's not like they're Mobe, who, like you said, has to travel across the pond, has to deal with a lot of logistical issues just to play this Dota. They can just relax, play without fear, just enjoy themselves, as a young NA squad. Either way, I do think it's going to be fun as well, because both of these teams, like you outlined, have had really rough matchups. So they're both wanting to just demonstrate that, guys, win, lose, or draw, let's demonstrate that we are still good Dota players. We're involved professionally for a reason. So I'm excited to see how it's going to pan out. I'm also curious, what do you think about Sammy in terms of his carry pool? We saw him play Muerta earlier. We saw him play the Bristleback. We haven't seen him gone back to his usual fare. Where is the Naga Siren, for example, coming out of this guy?
I know, where's the Naga? Where's the TB? Where's these heroes that he hasn't played in a very long time? Exactly. I think they could honestly flip the script, go back to basics a little bit, take some time, just play some of these classic lanes. If they get AA Luna, just simple stuff that's probably better, just stable Dota. Because I think versus TSM, they were off-center. They had ideas. They had draft strategies. They were definitely more prepared than I think some of the other matches that we watched yesterday. But at the same time, it still wasn't enough. Maybe it will be versus this team. You won't have those immediate punishes that TSM just didn't let them get away with anything. But at the same time, if you want any chance at that slot to Kuala Lumpur, you can't afford to stumble at all versus Pomioka. This is where, if you want to be a Bami Soy fan, if you want to hope, fingers crossed, that they've got any chance in the qualifier, this is going to be them trying to shut out Pomioka at every turn. Pomyoka are definitely coming into this as the upsetters. They're the team that has to do a little bit more, work a little bit harder, just so they can breach into that upper echelon. Because we just watched what was supposed to be the best 4 teams play versus each other. Now it's the best 2 teams playing versus each other later today. Bamisoy is already being separated from the pack.
They are now officially underdogs, officially wildcard contenders in order to get themselves into Kuala Lumpur. But it all comes down to the draft first and foremost. I imagine that there's going to be a lot of contestation for Nature's Prophet. Both of these teams play it. We know Flea plays it, Husky plays it, so expecting that to be very high up. I mean, SMN played it yesterday, I believe, right? Yeah. So that's something I'm expecting to see. I'm expecting to see this Vengeful Spirit come out a bit. I'm very curious about what the mid lane matchup's going to be because both of these teams have reliably lost all their mid lane matchups, right? So they've also played Earth Spirit that didn't necessarily work out for them. I'm kind of curious what's left in the tank, what's left in the arsenal for them. Well, I guess Mobe didn't play Earth Spirit just yet, but I haven't actually seen him play Earth Spirit mid. So I'm not sure if he does roll in that fashion. He didn't do it the last time when you were still on Ancient Tribe, but we shall see. I'm kind of hoping it goes back to one of those old wars in the mid lane, like some Queen of Pain versus Puck. Something nice and classic. We're going to be finding out, though, because it's about to kick off here, fam. Bamisoy will be on the Radiant side with first pick, and Pomyoka playing on the Dire side with second pick. Radiant first pick hasn't been that common in this tournament, but it's going to be what I think is going to be becoming more common over the course of the next few series. So let's see what we've got on our hands here, ET. By the way, have you come to a conclusion yet which side is actually stronger with the pick order?
I think it's hard because every team has different strategies that they're already developing behind the scenes. I still think that first pick is just better. I think the team that can turn that first pick into that win objective, the teams that flawlessly execute heroes like the CK and the Bristleback are the ones that are just always going to take first pick. But there's something about the support players when you play with second pick where you get that Tusk or that Grimstroke on 13, and then they're the ones that start to carry the game. Where suddenly you ban into pick, you take away a support very early on from your opponents, and again, with how slim it feels like the hero pool is in this patch, then suddenly you've got your Phoenixes, you've got your Tusks, you've got your Grimstrokes that then end up carrying the game, and that seems like there's no other heroes in this meta that can come even close. Some heroes are trying. We've seen the Pugna's attempt, we've seen Vengeful Spirit now twice today, but it just doesn't feel like it comes close enough. It feels like we really do have that S tier hero pool, then A tier, then really B tier, and you don't want to be digging into that pool.
Well, this is going to be the state of affairs for only a couple more days, as come Monday, we are going to all be playing under a new patch. So if you're tired of Dota right now, don't worry about it. The Frog has got you. He's going to make some adjustments. And speaking of adjustments, this is going to be one of those games where we actually have the Weaver banned in the first phase, not being let through whatsoever. No dice being rolled by Pomyoka. What does that leave in the pool, though? That leaves the Magnus, that leaves Tree and Protector, that leaves the Grimstroke you've been talking about, that leaves Muerta, that leaves Dazzle. Okay, they take out the Muerta as well. Okay, so it seems they're going to be... They don't want to deal with this damage output, man, from Pomyoka. They'd rather play this more lumbering affair. I imagine, like, it'll still become more clear as we see some of their picks, right?
Yeah, and I think that's also where you look, is there going to be an LD pick coming in from Bamisoy? Do they feel comfortable playing it? Do they try to run the Bristleback again, where you've got a little bit more leeway versus a team like Pomyoka? All of these are great questions, and Bamisoy are going to show us right here. They ban out the Bristle and decide to steal away the NP. Okay, I get it. Talked about it a little bit yesterday, a little bit more yesterday, the way that Nature's Prophet affects the entire map. Everybody has to play differently now, as well as, if this is going to be Husky's hero, one of his best, right alongside his Chen and his Enchantress, just harass early, easy trades, tons of ganking potential, just something that he's very accustomed to.
And I've always found that teams, when they believe that they're the stronger ones, we saw Bamisoy in their previous series, they were wholly invested in trying to make sure they had favorable lane matchups. But here they probably back themselves that even if the matchup isn't favorable, they can outskill the matchup, and then Nature's Prophet can apply pressure as and when needed, not required just to stifle the laning phase. Kind of like this. Also really like Pomyoka picking up the Tree and Protector. This hero has been banned every game today, with good reason, right? If it gets through to the second phase, there's just no reason not to pick it. If the BKB, Piercing Disable, Tower Heal, good in lane. You also have so many good lane setups. There's no reason not to pick tree. And honestly, ET, I don't know why more teams don't just roll the dice on the tree when it is available first phase.
Yeah, it feels free. It feels like you also box out a good portion of those mid laners where you don't necessarily want to pick Primal or Pango directly into that Treant Protector. It's where there's a little bit of that hesitancy now and a risk where if you get shoved off those towers, they start to heal. But that part of the hero isn't even highlighted anymore. It's more so the Treant coming out of the trees, coming through the gate, coming after you with 3 points up in Nature's Guise, and then suddenly you're getting beat down by the Dream Protector. He's another hero, just another body to throw underneath that gank. It just shatters some safe lanes. It's something that Bamisoy is going to have to be very careful of, even though they're going to be doing the exact same thing with Nature's Prophet. It's the same idea. It's we're going to bring a third person to one of those side lanes. We're going to put the numbers advantage in our favor, and we're going to try to kill you. We're going to try to take you outright. I think the big hero now missing from the draft is I almost feel like Bamisoy should just pick up the Tusk as soon as it falls towards them. But there's also a Grimstroke. There's a lot of support there in the back end. I feel like this might also be time for Centaur. There's so many offlaners taken out already, even with some love spread onto that Earth Spirit. I think the first Earth Spirit ban we've seen in the CQ so far, but I think Bamisoy is just feeling sore after that game earlier.
See if Pomyoka do decide. I think Grimstroke would be nice. It's somewhat atypical to be opening with 2 supports, but not as much as it used to be. And there's just so many combinations to roll with down the stretch. But we'll see where this one goes. Necro being banned out. Normally we see Necro phase first being banned 3rd phase, not necessarily within the 2nd. But they make their determination here. I'm pretty sure they want some strength heroes at some point. Magnus is still in the pool, which could be nice. But they just get the Grimstroke. I mean, it's too good. It gives you already have like a heal. You now have a Dispel and an additional heal as well. You have options if they go for some like big Sammy Boy illusion hero. Suddenly they can't because of Soulbind. They're not gonna pick like uber mobile heroes anymore. You were mentioning these heroes like Primal Beast, like Pango. It's even worse now against both of these supports.
Yeah, and then everything else kind of falling into place here. They get the Tusk versus Grimstroke. Able to kind of reliably dodge out that Inkswell. Before, it was just the direct counter. Now, you get to play this footsie game with Snowball, where Grimstroke should be able to connect almost always on the Tusk. You should at least get one of the participants in that Snowball. It's where it's a very difficult choice, whether or not you send it early and then risk getting stunned afterwards, or if you try to pull him after the stun already connects, to where maybe boots early is going to be the choice here for Bamisoy. But you're happy. You've got so much damage. We've got incredible side lanes right now. There's going to be so much kill threat early on. It's where if you are a weak ranged hero for any of these cores, and of course we need our strength offlaners here. I don't think we're going to see any Death Prophets necessarily come out, even though that hero's been getting some love in other regions. But I think that's where it's time to get tanky, and there we go. Dawnbreaker Tusk, probably the best kill offlane in the game. If this Train Protector ever steps out of bound, all it is just swinging the hammer with the tag team on. It's a very easy kill.
This is intriguing. You were clamoring for the Dawnbreaker yesterday, and we didn't get to see her emerge. I believe this is one of the first games that we get to see of her in the close qualifiers of NA, but gives us some more save. They now have multiple ways to elongate the fight. They have multiple sources of global relocation. So if like whatever mid laner they get, I'm hoping that Mobe plays something highly active, like some Park. If Storm Spirit was good, it would have been okay. But a hero that can go with the Tusk and then immediately Nature's Prophet, Dawnbreaker show up out of nowhere, guarantee a kill.
Yeah, and okay, Spectre, sure. Very risky pick though. Into Tusk Dawnbreaker, a lot of that damage is going to be directed onto the Treant. You kind of have to kill him off first, otherwise you risk making a really bad trade. But at the same time, Spectre's going to be persecuted. You're really going to have to be careful here. It's where you can get aggressive with the Grimstroke coming through that Twin Gate, but that's not an easy lane to win for Pomyoka. Brewmaster, though, love it. Paired with the Grimstroke, that's a perfect lane right there. That's where getting that hero back into the meta, seeing that hero get picked more on the second day of the CQ, it's a hero that demands respect. Absolutely need to see this hero a little bit more in the coming days.
Put respect on Brewmaster's name, boy. By the way, do you remember... This is a random piece of Dota lore. I'm in love with a lot of Brewmaster players. Right now, there's a kid in China called Shangye who's amazing on this hero. But do you remember a guy from back in 2014 called Air who used to play Brewmaster for some Chinese team called, I think, something Black. He used to play with Black on that team.
Oh, like that Black? Like
Yeah, that Black, yeah.
that Black? I feel like I do remember, even though he himself was kind of the Brewmaster connoisseur back in the day, even though he was swapping roles constantly back then just to try and make any team work. But I don't remember the player.
If you ever have a chance, I'm actually gonna go find Air Brewmaster clips. I still to this day remember some of the things he would do. It was life-changing experience, honestly. So we were discussing this hero a little bit earlier on when you noted the lack of a Weaver being involved, the lack of a Spirit Breaker, the lack of a CK. You said Lone Druid immediately starts to look a lot better, and the status quo hasn't changed that much. Yeah, they do have the Spectre, but there's things you can do as a Lone Druid to keep the Spectre away from you a little bit. Brewmaster can get challenging later on, but early on is not the worst thing in the world. Overall, how do you feel about the LD being involved in this game?
And just another broken hero. Just throw it on top of the list. I feel like it has to be a Samson hero. And I'm a little bit sad about that. I feel like it's a much better offlaner, and I hope that Samson ends up going for more of the active builds. The previous LDs besides speed in this tournament have just not been cooking. They haven't been doing the diffuse little Echo Harpoon build. It's more so damage and Midases, and maybe we're going to get Fart Studios out of our minds now, but I do like the hero pick. As a carry, less so, but you keep these lanes incredibly strong. And again, just like we talked about yesterday with Lone Druid, he's a hero that you can afford to leave alone. This has freed up Husky to do whatever he wants on that Nature's Prophet. If it does end up being his hero, if it doesn't end up being his hero, same thing goes. Nature's Prophet can gank wherever, whoever, whenever he wants, doesn't need to worry about griefing his carry. He should be fine.
If you saw this draft in 2014, Nature's Prophet Lone Druid, you just be like, get me the hell out of this game. It's over. GG, well played. Can't be done.
And you pick Spectre into it.
He picks exactly. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm kind of hoping this turns into a battle of Radiances between Spectre and Lone Druid, but it probably won't. Spectre has no impetus to buy Radiance into Lone Druid. Lone Druid has zero reason to buy Radiance in this game. Oh well. It depends. It'll be fun. But not gonna happen most likely. I am concerned though I'm looking at this draft from Bamisoy, and I'm looking at the draft from Pomioka. And the one thing I note is that both teams have teamfight, both teams have very good laning prowess. Pomioka, they don't really have the greatest push. Both of them are terrible in form of initiation. Like, you're relying wholly on Tusk for Bamisoy, and if Pomioka don't have Brewmaster starting the fight with Split, how do they make any engagements happen?
Yeah, it's where a lot of that pressure is now going to fall onto their mid laners. And okay, Bamisoy switched things up very quickly. This changes everything in their draft, and I guess we'll have to see who slots in where. You almost have to say that it's going to be a Mu Tidehunter, but then is it a mid LD? Is it a safe lane Dawnbreaker? Do they give up their Tusk Dawn combo to do whatever it is they're doing? It's a very different choice, one that I wasn't expecting. But you are absolutely right. Pomioka are going to struggle to get into these fights. It really is going to be them trying to make setups happen on the side lanes, and then Spectre hunts in late, and then you hope that that's enough damage, because Spectre does not want to join these fights early. You don't want to be the first person in. Hopefully whoever you're jumping is already being killed by whatever hero they pick up last year from Pomioka, but they need something active. They need something that can move, and now that there's a Tidehunter in the pool, well, they want something that very naturally buys BKB, because Spectre and Brewmaster, they never want to be forced into that position, but you need someone who's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe versus these heroes. Let's see what the choice is. Okay.
Well,
Welcome
there's a
to
BKB buyer, bro.
Yep.
Some Husker, baby. All right. This game is going to be exciting no matter what. Both teams pulling out all the tricks and the stops at the end of the draft. So, I'm wondering who's going mid for Bamisoy. Is this Lone Druid mid? I mean, I don't think you can't run Lone Druid mid into Huskar, can you? I guess there is some physical damage, but I don't know. It feels like you don't really curtail the Huskar's progression enough. They're gonna play the Dawnbreaker instead. Play around the stuns, play around the bigger damage. How do you feel about this, fam? A mid Dawnbreaker versus a mid Huskar. As a mid player, who would you rather be?
I mean, I do just want to be the Huskar. I want to be the Huskar every day of the week. but it's tough. I think Mobe, not setting himself up for failure, but this Tidehunter, I'm still racking my brain here for Bamisoy, why they felt like they needed to put Moo here. It's not like he doesn't play Dawnbreaker. It's not like they couldn't make that lane work. So there's some limitation on the lineup that we're not seeing right now, because I think Mobe's going to be in a little bit of trouble here versus Kits. And of course, Kits can't let this slide. Cannot be happy with the draw. He's going to play Huskar. He's looking to play and pitch an absolute shutout, and we'll see how Mobe handles it. It's been a long time since I've seen a Dawnbreaker mid, kind of for a reason. Your hero gets knocked back. It's where I'm really missing out on this Tusk Dawnbreaker lane that I was so excited to see, but whatever. I do think that Bamisoy have weakened their lineup quite substantially, and Pomimioka, they go for counter picks. So, feels like NA.
At the NA office, this is just NA Dota. How can you do? What else can you do? How else can you roll? We're going to be doing something weird. I suppose maybe the rationale for them is this is one of Moo's most played heroes. One of the things he's become renowned for within the region. So sometimes comfort takes precedence over meta. Let's find out if it's going to pan out in favor of the side here of Bamisoy, as we are about to get into it. Game numero uno between Bamisoy here and the side of Pomioka. Let's see how this is all going to pan out. Oh, gosh. Smoke on smoke action. If this is to turn into a very early skirmish, which team do you think is more favored under these circumstances? Well, we're about to find out because they're going on to the Spectre. They find him on the high ground. And unfortunately for Abyss, poor man, ending up being the first blood, the first casualty of war here. And that sucks for Comfort, man. He's supposed to be the guy that's like, can carry the team the entire game.
Yeah. No, he's going to need some time. He's going to need a little bit of reset. They're contemplating right now whether or not they kill their high ground ward here. Because with the way that transpired, it could look like they just stumbled upon the Spectre. They didn't need to have absolute vision of him. But also, check this out. They're set up for a skirmish here. They're ready to brawl, while the rest of the lineup is just getting bounty runes. So maybe they decide to peel back a little bit. But currently, Bamisoy is positioned to make way with 3 of these runes.
Okay. Let's see what's this going to accomplish for them. They come out a little bit, but they scout with the bear. They don't actually want the smoke. So it'll end up being a natural 2-2 bounty trade, but it might be the life of Fade. Look how much damage he's taking from the tag team. Does end up dead. And with a blood grenade dropped onto SMN, they're going for more here. Bamisoy, they will not be curtailed. They will not be denied. They want another date against TSM potentially later in the tournament. And SMN does survive, but man, oh man, what a good start to the game for Bamisoy, especially relative to their starts against their series in TSM.
Yeah, much more active, just punishing the positioning of these heroes, just getting a little bit too far forward. And that's where, even though the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk have been separated, the rest of the lanes are going to be pretty happy. And of course, LD plus Tusk, just as fearsome a lane, going to be very, very easy for Samson to get a lot out of there. But even top, getting immediate control of these camps, shutting out that Treant. A Treant that has to already play on half HP. He's got regen on the courier, but they have just been so ruined by those early skirmishes. Now, SMN, I mean, yeah, he does win these, I'm pretty sure.
Oof. Well, we know which tree is the stronger tree. And Blink, oh, he baits out the blood grenade. Very nice little stutter movement there. He wants a little bit of vision because he actually has enough damage to kill with 3 hits before he gets touched, but doesn't want to get too close in case he gets bonked in the face.
It's so funny because neither... Oh, and that's that's Moo's Ring of Health.
What?
Nobody's... I mean, maybe that's a little karma. I guarantee you, both of these players, they're like, come over. It's literally like a second. They're like, no, I'm fine, I'm laning. Just keep staring at each other.
Oh, well. Well, the one thing about this top lane, between the Tidehunter and the Spectre, if these 2 heroes are left to their own devices, I mean, Tide is a little bit stronger in this lane, but he knows he can't kill the Spectre. He's just going to try to get his own farm, not really care too much.
Yeah, only time that lane gets scary is after Hammer, after Ravage, good ways away. Meantime, though, it's the Huskar lane. Not getting too many denies, though, on kits. That's the good news, but at the same time, once you get level 5 on Huskar, it gets incredibly difficult to approach anywhere. where Mobe sadly doesn't have enough damage to really nuke out the creeps either. It's a very, very difficult lane. Wait, look at this.
But they get the Starbreaker
Oh!
out. Oh boy, we were talking about this. The potential on the side of Bamisoy to show up with this Nature's Prophet. Link comes in here into the mid lane. Get the Starbreaker. It's only level 1, but it's enough damage. Sadly though, that leaves Mu isolated up top, and they will punish him a little bit, but they run out of damage. He's able to skirt behind the tier 1 tower, and guess what here, AT? The courier you killed is about to come back. The courier finally gonna ferry in the Ring of Health. Should be able to keep the tide alive.
Yeah. Gonna be Ring of Health, gonna be probably some extra regen as well. Even though at this point, you know, maybe he just walks all the way back, who knows. But I think with the tower regen, with the Ring of Health, he should be able to get back to lane just fine. But in very similar vein in the draft, talking about LD getting left alone, Tide you can also kind of leave alone. As long as an Anchor Smash hits on both those heroes, it's a double melee lane. So all of that damage gets cut into a quarter, means that you can make those rotations happen. And that makes Mobe's lane so much easier. All of that level acceleration. Again, look at this. Yep. They're just getting out-rotated.
I mean, this is the value of having the Nature's Prophet and the Tusk. If they show up middle, the degree of impact that they have relative to Grimstroke, Treant Protector, pretty much unmatched. And the thing that you were just talking about, the Tide Hunter, the Lone Druid, you can leave them alone to make these moves, so you don't actually sacrifice anything on your side lanes to kill off this Huskar.
No, and this is not what you want, because at the end of the day, even though it's a sick Huskar pick, it's something that you want to do. It should be a de facto win in your lane. It's not a great Huskar game for him. All of this pressure is going to be on the Treant and the Brewmaster to give yourselves an early and a mid game. And if your Huskar isn't balling out of control, it goes to question why we even drafted Huskar in the first place. They're really putting so much pressure on him. Even though this, a little bit less likely to work, but tag team.
Oh, the shards from Husky holding in Fade. The tag team is there as well. And they should be able to find this kill. No, they don't get any tangles from Samson. You need 2 more hits. You will find the kill eventually. At the same time, though, they end up losing the supporting cost. And they're coming with reinforcements. SMN hoping to maybe help clean up this bear a little bit. And unfortunately, they don't find either. So 2 supports traded out for the Brewmaster. Normally, I think you'd be like, we got Brewmaster, but no, these supports have been involved in a lot of kills. They're relatively farmed right now, so I think it is still value to be able to get those kills. And they look like they want to get more, but they missed the Ice Shards. Not so sure they'll find SMN. The Sprout will be there, and yep, he's gone. Dead 2 rights. Tries on the high ground to run himself away, but Husky and Blink, yet again, continuing to be major thorns in the side of Pomioka.
Nope, they're everything they need to be. They're doing a great job reading these rotations. I think the Tree is just losing out on where he wants to play. Of course, you don't need to babysit a Spectre versus a Tide Hunter, especially with how separated that top lane has been. But this ganking duo is just causing chaos. And this is a disaster right now for Pomioka. You have vision of them, so at least you don't lose kits again, but your lane-dominating Huskar is sitting in between his Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, farming jungle, while Mobe is laning under his tower, getting farm, playing mid normally, and now you have Guardian Angel, so you have to have that second level of awareness for any of these aggressive plays you want to do, because guess what? He's going to Solar Guardian. You try to kill Tide, you try to kill anyone, he's going to get involved in that play, TP back to mid, continue farming. Already, you can see that play happen here. This goes south. There it is.
Yep. It comes with the Solar Guardian. Honestly, wasn't even needed from Mobe. He just did it to get the free kill. Thanks for the gold, boys. Easy setup. I wonder if he's going to try to stick around to muscle through this tier 1 tower. They are playing into Treant Protector, so you have to commit for these pushes. In fact, they might commit to the kill as well as Husky gets the snowball out onto SMN. This is going to be a dead Treant Protector. You know, it turns out you cannot cast Living Armor from beyond the grave, ET, so the easiest way to prevent this spell is to just kill off the damn tree.
Yeah. In the meantime, what is your rebuttal? You are farming on Spectre top. That's great and dandy. Your Huskar is not able to put any damage on that mid tower. Now it's a fight for the Wisdom Rune. Fade is getting pressured.
No, Samson's gonna die for this. He got greedy. He left the rest of his team, and they're gonna try and get both. They get the kill onto Samson. Kets was hoping to burn down the bear, but doesn't end up happening. The more value kill occurs instead. And to make matters even more entertaining, the fact that they kill Lone Druid also ends this push. So when Living Armor is online, they can heal up all the damage they've taken down bottom.
Yeah, get a little bit of space to work with. It's something. It's something that you can hope for. Even though you do sadly drag your Huskar back out of the mid lane, it's a TP rotation you never want to be forced into. Just ruins your farming pattern and gives space back over to the Dawnbreaker. But already, Mu couldn't get a tier 1 versus TSM. It's his own at 7:30 on this game. He's ready to play. He's going to be looking mid next.
Ooh, Dota, baby. See if he's going to join up. It looks like they want to try and assassinate Kids once more. Mobe goes forward with the Selly Hammer. Wait, Starbreaker though. They don't have enough vision on all these heroes, so they feel like there might be some support waiting in the wings, which is a correct estimation. But the next time that they see that happening, now that they've got this D-Ward, he'll be dead for sure. Kids, I don't think, can play safely in the mid lane any longer.
No, you have to be so careful. Until you have overgrowth available to you, you just don't have a strong hero to sit behind you. It's where he will rotate over towards the Ancients. It's where Huskar can kind of infinitely farm. But at the same time, so many heroes not showing, NPs stacking, Tusk is hiding in the trees. You can't show in any of these lanes. It's why Fade is playing so defensive right now, because he knows what's going to happen. Gets too far forward, gets dove under tower. This is a little bit sketchier, but the tower's almost dead.
Feels bad for Fade.
And there you go.
Does not have access to the primal split, unfortunately, so we'll just end up dead. And this time around, notice where Samson is chilling. He's like, screw those Ancients, screw anything happening that side. I just want the tower now.
Yep. Keeps it simple. Keeps that vision advantage. Kit still doesn't have his armlet. Ay. And it's only 2 deaths, but that's enough. That's all it takes. And then suddenly the mid lane's cracked wide open. At least you're going to have a little bit more teamfight capabilities once you get these levels. But that is the biggest issue right now for Pomioka. Nobody has levels. Nobody is high up there. You don't have overgrowth. You don't have soulbind. You have none of your ultimates right now. Everybody is just so far down there.
And unfortunately, the one critique that we had in the draft, there's Abyss. Comfort forced to ultimate out to try and stay alive, but just gifts a dominating streak to Mobe. Given the heroes up top, I would have rather given Mu the gold, but what can you do? There's no good options. You just end up dead no matter what. And unfortunately, ET, you know, unless they get a Blink Dagger on this Brewmaster, they still can't do anything. Like, they can't fight anywhere. They just have to, like, watch all of this happening to them with no real ability to counterplay themselves.
Now, you're almost stuck waiting for Bamisoy to push themselves out too thin, but here's the last tier 1 tower. The pressure adds on, and that's what I was talking about earlier about this Huskar pick. Because it's not what their lineup needed. It's a pocket pick. It's trying to get something going for you. And he dodges out the well.
Nice. Husky did it. He won the mental war this time around. Fade really wants to get off the primal split, and he will be able to find it, but look how quickly they just demolish his Brewlings. Holy smokes. He's forced to, like, flee with the Void Brewling just to stay alive here. But, oh, they're doing the smart thing. They're gonna surround him. They know where he's coming back. Fade getting body blocked right now, and they try to save him. Flee through in the Soulbind. It will not have any impact. Right now, they're just having some fun on the side of Bamisoy as they are dismantling Pomioka in game 1.
It's like a Zerg full surround. It's disgusting. He couldn't do anything. He's just trapped. He knows what's coming, but that was your ultimate. That was your primal split. Didn't successfully defend a tower. No return kills. And you're a Spectre lineup. It's where, unfortunately for Pomioka, so much of their draft was this Huskar succeeding, creating space, finding ways to farm early when Spectre can't take those same routes. And it's not happening. In Abyss, you have 4 yesterday, going Midas, being more confident, able to take the slower route because he's under just that little pressure. But now, Bamisoy is not going to let you get away with it. They're hunting. They're looking for you constantly. They're farming faster than you. It's where, really, got to be so careful. But it comes down to that Huskar.
Bye-bye, Comfort. Bye-bye, Abyss. Feels bad, my friend. And they committed the Solar Guardian without even really needing to, but let's be honest, they don't need their ultimates to win fights at this stage of the game anymore. So might as well just expend the cash, get the kill, and ensure that the Spectre stays down in the dumps. Spectre, you know, normally when I see a 4.5k carry at 12 minutes, I'm like, man, this hero is underfarmed. He's not even the least farm core hero on his team. The Brewmaster has less net worth than the Nature's Prophet played in the support role in that Bamisoy.
Yeah, no, it's not pretty. You've got that first set of items coming out for Bamisoy as well. Of course, some pretty expensive items too. You're going to be looking at items like the Pipe and the Blink for the Tide. You almost have Radiance fully done up on the Lone Druid. It's not getting any easier. The team fights are only going to get more difficult, and we're still waiting for Overgrowth. We just don't have a lane for the Treant to play in. Everywhere is just being scrappy. You need to find your farm on these other heroes. And sure, maybe you're getting some levels on Flea. Flea's been naturally, for many years, a very greedy 4 player. But do you even get the Dark Portrait in this game? Does that even fix your problem? And then Fade. He has to Primal Split, but does anybody get to walk away from this?
Let's see. He's got a Bruling just trying to run. Starbreaker comes out. And Fire Bruling gonna die. He's given up the ghost. He knows what's up. He's like, whatever. Let me just try and outplay them a little bit. I'll juke them. Sadly, it does not end up working. He ends up dead anyway with the Anchor Smash from Moo.
Oh.
So that is a death. And they're chasing for more potentially. Going on to Flea, but he's already safely on the high ground. So they won't be able to continue that pursuit. But they do open up space to continue pushing onto the tier 2 tower.
Yep. Easy damage. Meteor Hammer. Just the stalwart of the push. Now they're sticking around for the 14-minute rune. They're just blowing you off the map. They know there's no way right now for Pomioka to fight them. It's where, sadly, they just don't have that innate comeback mechanism. And sure, SMN finally has the Overgrowth, but...
Hey.
Yeah, too little too late. Mobe's level 11. They're just enormous. All of these cores are just so huge. That's your Radiance done, so... I think at this point, your best bet is maybe you just get the Huskar into the Roche pit, you try to steal, sneak a Roche, hope for the best, but even then, it's very difficult. And Mobe, maybe this could be it?
They're going on to Mobe, looking for this kill, and they should be able to find it. A lot of gold given away. At the same time, Fade does die down bottom, getting jumped on by the rest of Bamisoy. But 1,000 gold for kits, that is a massive recovery for the Huskar, the one hero that they need to be doing well at this stage of the game. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, but at the very least, he does have the Ogre Axe, can start thinking about BKB.
Yeah, and that's what they have to do. Specifically punishing Mobe, of course on Dawnbreaker, you play a very self-isolating style. You're almost like a Pocket Spectre, where you can afford to be farming on the other side of the map, being by yourself, because you can soul guard into the rest of the team. But it still doesn't solve the problem that Pomioka has, which is you cannot fight an even fight versus Bamisoy whatsoever right now. It is waiting game. It is watching idly as your tier 2s get pressured. Now Moo has a Blink Dagger, so if he wants to, it's going to be smoke time pretty soon, but
it might be the first Ravage of the game. It catches onto 3. The Solar Guardian comes through as well, connects onto 2. Kits is gone, so is the Grimstroke. However, Fade with the Primal Split and this Haunts from Abyss, they're thinking about trying to go onto Mobe, but they very quickly realize that they just do not have the damage. The Radiance Burn not helping matters either, and now they're gonna body block the Earth Bruling. Has Fade not suffered enough, boys? Has he not been through hell and back? Bami says no, they sent him down for one more trip, and they secure yet another team fight.
No, and it looks like a good punish, but as soon as that Ink Swell is over, as soon as your Huskar goes down, you lose pretty much all of your damage. You get to purge the DD off of the Dawnbreaker, but that's it. They just didn't realize how close Moo was to that fight. I don't even know if he had to use the Blink in that situation. I think he just got to casually combo. It didn't matter.
No,
exactly.
It didn't even arrive. It was on the way from the courier.
It just feels like that's easy.
Oh, here's a Blink reveal down bottom, though. There's going to be a nice little gush onto the Spectre. Comfort slowed down, but popping the Blade Mail does deter the aggression somewhat. And at the same time, Kits jumped onto Blink. There's a Soulbind back there, but Kits is just going to get eaten alive by these heroes. The Haunts at the very least, or the Shadow Step rather, able to help them kill Tusk, but who the hell cares when you keep reliably losing your Huskar?
No, you get a single return. You're able to get something, but there's really no salvaging Kits' game at this point. He's going to need an exorbitant amount of time to get back in this game, and he needs an Aegis. It's so crucial for that hero. very similarly to TA, where you're momentum based. You need that Aegis so you don't have to risk just straight up dying. You're not tanky right now. It's pretty easy for these heroes to take you out. We don't even have the Deso built up on Mobe just yet, but then you're going to have a physical damage problem. You're only dying to magic right now, but it's not like it gets any easier. And as soon as Bambi get another big ticket item, can only imagine that they're going to push the envelope, get their first Roche. It's probably on the Deso for the Dawnbreaker, just so it doesn't take that much time. And then they're going to continue to roll you. There's only one more tier 2 left to play for if you're Pomioka. They might even be checking out right now for not even deciding to defend it. They're already moving from Midas's on Fade.
Oh boy. When you have to queue up the post 20-something minute Midas on the offlaner, and the only item he has is a Spirit Vessel. 18 minutes in. Spirit Vessel of brown boots, bro. Struggling. Really struggling. Another hero that's struggling is the Spectre, and she might struggle even more. Mu does have the Ravage, but doesn't actually want to use it, and it doesn't seem like he'll have to. Starbreaker will come in. They should be able to find the damage and the necessary stun. Very easy for them to get the kill on the Spectre. And you were talking about maybe waiting on the timing of getting this Desolator. I mean, with how much damage they have in the game right now, they might not decide to wait, or they could just take the tier 2. Honestly, they can do whatever the hell they want. Like, the rules of normal Dota don't apply to them at the moment.
No, they're chilling. They're having a good time. They're just pushing down, being very efficient with their time currently. With the Shard untied, just having another interrupt so these heroes can't TP away from you. That's Deso completed on the Dawnbreaker. It's just coming like clockwork. If they want to, they could start the Roche top. I don't think they can do it fast enough before he treks down bottom, but if they want to pull the entire lineup to get that going, they absolutely can, and looks like that's what they're going to do. I think, honestly, it might just be fast enough with max level tag team. They're going to start it right now, and there's nothing you can do if you're Pomioka. You take the rest of the net worth on the map, you try to push out these lanes. You knew this was coming, but it still stings. You just have no damage, no team fight, no way to combat this at all. I don't even know if that was their Cobalt there coming in at the end, but doesn't matter. They're trying to take as much farm of the map as they can. Bambi Soy, get ready for their next push here. Tier 2 tops next on the chopping block.
Give the Aegis towards Mobe, so he can play even more aggressively. Has queued up a Blink Dagger next. They haven't lost a single tier 1 tower. You know, normally when you see a map look like this, where one team has taken all the real estate and the other team has nothing, normally the team that has all the real estate left is the one that has Shield Protector. Very atypical that he's on the losing side of all of this hurt and damage.
Oh, and that stings. Kits has to queue up a plate mill now because he knows Armlet BKB is not what you want on this hero, but you need to survive somehow. There's no Ags, there's no Sanj. He doesn't do that much damage. Fade, well, he's anchored. The Ankla.
Well, feels bad, fam. The Meme Hammer, the anchor to hold him down, and the anchor smash to put him down. You lose our Brewmaster there. And now Mu getting even more farmed. And Fade, not only is that a death, that keeps him away from him picking up his Midas. Bro, he was 100 gold away from the recipe.
It hurts. It just hurts. But you do what you gotta do. Your Spectre's getting farm at least. But Pomioka are feeling a little bit defeated. I can already feel. You don't see them going for those haunt plays anymore. Your team can't really make those plays. So you're not having that comeback mechanism for Spectre to start getting involved in these engagements. We're just playing that waiting game. A waiting game that is not going to get very easy for you. Aegis on the Dawnbreaker as well, so she could just go wild. Doesn't have to worry about not having a BKB right now, even though as soon as he wants to, he can go for that item. Instead, probably goes for Shard Blink, just so he can kill this backline even faster. It's hard. It's tough to watch, but they also did it to themselves with this Huskar pick. And then just beautiful play from Bamisoy early on. Game's not over, but man, is it hard.
About to get harder because I think Fade is dead. Okay, no. Husky shows some mercy. Because Mu is more concerned with pushing out this mid wave. He's like, dude, what am I gonna get from killing a Brewmaster again? Who cares? But said Brewmaster is still pushing pretty far up. Fade? 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 Oh my god. This, okay, I'm very surprised by this. So he will be forced into the Brew split, but we've seen how this movie ends before. Fortunately for him though, they don't have the Lone Druid nor the Dawnbreaker here, so they actually might let him escape. Let's see. 3 more seconds until the Bruce split ends. Sprouted out on the Earth Ruling. Oh no. They got him. They found him. And they are gonna kill him. Fade taken out. They do Solar Guardian in because they came in with the Haunt. Abyss and Kids really want this fight. The first BKB of the game allows Kids to dodge the Ravage. But it's not going to be the same for the Abyss Spectre. As Comfort gets caught and killed. Even through BKB, Kids gets right-clicked to death. And it looks like Bamisoi might have just broken this game. Mobay jumps forward into the base. Starbreaker to secure the triple kill for himself. And honestly, ET, I think he also secured the game because there is just no way back for Pomiyaka right now.
Maybe if they end up glyphing this tower at the end here, they're still, you know, playing Dota as much as you can in this position, but you just don't have any damage. You tried your best there. You died to the physical damage from the Dawnbreaker. Nice little sprout play there from Blink. Gets him over the gate. The impossible terrain. Not supposed to be able to get through there, but you know, it's just a wall.
Why did Fate go forward in the lane though? I'm so surprised.
Yeah, no. I think at this point, could just be tired. Could just be getting a little bit burnt out right now. Especially in a game where so many things have gone wrong so quickly. It can be exhausting, you know? Your tier 2s, you're getting taken out. Your slam dunk in the mid lane didn't pan out. You got forced into the Spectre lineup very early on in the draft. We'll see. SMN, he's got an interesting position, but I don't know if you can walk this one out.
The Spectre is dead. Mu getting the anchor, literally making him dead in the water as they easily kill off the Spectre. And yes, the Spectre does have buyback, but doesn't have the full Aghanim Scepter, so not going to have the massive buyback haunt of Spectres of Yong. Well, now what? I guess you can maybe try to hold until the Aegis finishes. But do they even need an Aegis anymore to push up the hill? Doesn't feel like it.
Look at this.
Oh
It's so much damage.
What? Solar Crest, a Pupil's Gift, Spirit Vessel, and some right-click damage. Alright, seems good. Seems fair.
Yeah. T2 time. Take it out. Close off the map. The only person that has to be careful is the Dawnbreaker, who's just farming bottom by herself, but she's got Aegis for a second more. Does time out, but still does not make this any easier. At least Pomioka have Glyph. They've got something to play for, but you gotta come back. They're already here. If you don't want to get forced into using your Glyph, you're gonna have to show up, and there you go. And now Pomioka are locked in the base. Anytime they get up there, and actually, Kids!
He has a BKB going, but we've seen before that it doesn't protect him all that much. He tried with the life break onto Blink, but he can't even kill a support Nature's Prophet. That's Kit's dead, down to rights. No buyback available either for him. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. The only reason he dies like that, he pings the word out immediately after, is that the supports can't leave the base. They can't get anywhere right now. They're stuck in Abyss.
Get in the water onto the Spectre again. But they're actually not going to be able to get the kill just yet. Shadow Step will come back in. There's going to be the Ravage. It flies out, connect onto 2. But between that and the Starbreaker, they haven't found the disable they need just yet. Mobay and Mu put together with the Soulbind. Samson's Bay falling fairly low. And Mu might actually have to give up his life here to tank the gank. He's tanking a lot of Radiance burn damage. But the Spectre not tanky enough to actually run in there, get in the water, hold her in position once again. But I think they will show some respects to the Kit's respawn. They see the Huskar returning. They're like, yeah, he's not the strongest hero in the world, but let's not take any foolish fights when we're already winning so hard.
Yeah. And it was a little bit messy. A lot of Bamisoy's damage and disable ended up getting tanked through by things that didn't matter. Half of the Brewmaster's HP pool, and then the split comes off. Same with the Bear. Samson had to back out of that fight very early on. And that gives Pomioka enough confidence to smoke out of the base.
Oh, look at
for
this.
something.
They get Samson. Oh, Kit is not on him though. They're gonna be forced to go onto Mu instead. But not an easy kill. It is a Tide Hunter after all. They still do manage to find it. At the same time, SMN finds a huge overgrowth on the 3 heroes. We see Kids trying to go ham, but the damage coming in from Blink and Samson a little bit too high. Now Samson, he gets to just send the Bear forward, looking for SMN. The drums gets popped. Tie shots are dodged, but it will not matter. SMN dies regardless. And it turns out we have another carry in the game. Blink is joining the damage-dealing crew. Between him, Sammy, and Moboy, it's way too much for them to deal with, even without Mu.
Yep, then they split across, get easy damage here onto the racks. No more glyph, just pressure onto your building. Hey, we don't even have Mobe right now. If they want to jump in, he's got the Solar Guardian ready. He TP'd back to well just to heal up to full, and then he's just back to farming, but they don't need him. They've got this Rax. Can't do anything. There's no rebuttal. There's very few tier 3s left. It's just the Rax coming up next. As soon as Moo is back out onto the map, the game's just going to get more difficult from here. Only thing they have to wait for is Ravage, which is coming up pretty soon, and then that might just spell the end of the game here. Only thing you can hope for Pomioka is another miracle grab like that. Maybe you can get Samson before he gets the ultimate off. That'd be perfect, but it feels like nothing at this point is going to stop the Dawnbreaker. You have to hide from her. Otherwise, any of those Qs, any of those Celestial Hammers just tear you in half.
The only bright side about this one is that although there is a very high likelihood, 98% according to Dota, of Bamisoi winning, they have the one hero that has always been renowned in the late game. Well, there's one of the two. I'd say Faceless Void and Spectre are those two heroes that you never really count out until the game is over. So if they can just elongate this for another 40 minutes, it should be easy, bro. Nice and fun.
It should be easy. Should be easy. Who knows? If it would be much more convincing if said Spectre had 10,000 more net worth, but you know, it's we'll need a lot more game for that to happen. But at least Roche is cooperating with Pomioka, delaying itself, not giving Bamisoi that very early timer. I think one of the longest timers, so they will be constantly hovering around that pit, giving Pomioka a few more opportunities to find some net worth here, even though the smoke is pretty difficult. Yeah, Kits has to decide, give up on that, trying to move out onto the map. Could catch the Dawnbreaker bottom if she decides to go and farm out this wave, but at the same time, doing a much better job of hiding himself, not giving up the play, knowing that he's completely isolated from the rest of his team. That would be the one big throw in this game, is just Mobe losing his life early here, but Bamisoi is taking it low and slow, not giving any chances to their opponents. They're literally just waiting for Roche, and then they're going to try to end the game.
Yep. I'm going to smoke up top, actually. See if they can catch anybody who's trying to make a foray onto the top side of the map. SMN will find himself popping a smoke and dodging the dust, so feels very good for him, wasting some time away from Bamisoi. And at this point, that's the only thing you can do, right? Just waste their time somehow. Force them to respond to things that they don't really want to have to. I don't know how you do it, but, you know, a good first attempt from SMN.
It's something, even though Fleet choosing the right trees to hide in. Almost a dangerous situation there. But 10 seconds until Roche is done. They do get some creep pressure, at the very least, on some of these lanes, but all these tier 1s alive, it's very easy to just TP back. Mid-tower is barely taking 200 damage.
Link just went in. This is a madman play from the Nature's Prophet. What? Alright. You know, we've all been there. It's, you know, you're feeling yourself sometimes, you know? The game is going so well, you feel like you can do whatever you want, but that's a beyond, not beyond godlike, but a regular godlike streak ended. 1,700 gold to the Spectre. It's stuff like that that can tip the balance and make the makings of a comeback.
Oh, absolutely. Completely unnecessary, too. Did not need to do that at all. He could have just done a lot of other things, but wanted that kill. He saw red, you know, as many NA players do. He wanted the kill. He got the kill. He got killed. It happens.
How many deaths does poor SMN? Suffered 6 deaths this game. It's quite a lot. Not as many as Fade and Abyss, but it's been a tough day at the office. As Bamisoi now picked up this Aegis of the Immortal yet again. This time around, instead of giving it to Mobe, they deliver it onto this lone druid. Maybe they feel that at this stage, Mobe shouldn't realistically be dying. But we'll see.
I think also just making it even more impossible. You don't have that easy grab. Samson's very fragile, especially if they can find the silence on him with the Phantom's Embrace, but without that, don't really think he can die at this point. But here we go. Push onto the tower. Spectre positioning in the top lane, just trying to get any farm she can, but there's no reaction here from Pomioka. They're starting to get back out now, but they get too close, they just get jumped by Tusk and Tide, and then they die. So positioning is feeling almost impossible for them right now.
Was a very big item picked up though by SMN. He just got a Blink Dagger on this tree. Given that nobody else on the team has a Blink Dagger, he is now their full initiation. It sort of reminds me of that Fort Studios game where Jenkins was in a similar position. No one can fight, so he has to buy Blink. But that does mean that there's maybe a chance. He can start the fight for them. Fade can actually enter the fight, not having to pop Primal Split just to survive. So, Bamisway do have to be a bit careful with how they approach this push, but they stay in formation. Should be practically impossible for them to lose a team fight.
And here we go. Pushing in, Living Armor on the tree, but Mu finds anything. It becomes Solar Guardian, it becomes a fight. If he had any vision of that high ground right now, he would have just jumped that, because it would have been absolute death for any of these heroes. But they're being patient, they're being slow.
2 cores caught with Meme Hammer. Mu doesn't follow up just yet. They're slowly but surely burning through this bear. And it's very low on the HP. It's going to be forced to TP home and then be dragged back into the fray. But while all this is happening, SMN reliably healing up the tier 3 tower, ensuring that the damage, the pokes that Bamisoy are bringing don't actually last. But they will not be deterred, ET. I think they're going to keep trying until they get something out of this. They're also going to try and force a fight. They smoked up now with 3 heroes. They're coming in. There he is. He caught him out, dragging him outside of the base with the fetch Aghanim shot. They find Fade and they're going to try and kill him. He does get off the Primal Split though. But while this is happening, we saw Mobe as well as Husky on the back end, killing off both supports. Ravage onto the cores. Kids gets off BKB, but it will not matter. Brought down by Blink as well as Mobe. Fade is going to, for once, try to survive a Primal Split. It looks like he's close enough to his base to be able to do so. Still a 1 fight for Bamisway. They force a buyback out of the Huskar. But all their ultimates outside of Solar Guardian are down. We'll see if there's any window that can be exploited as a result. Oh no, unfortunately he still has the fetch, trying to bring back Abyss. But Comfort does have access to the Manta Style to get himself out of trouble. Fade, not going to be as lucky. And now the Starbreaker on the 2. SMN buys space and time with the Overgrowth. That's actually going to lead to Mobe losing an astonishing amount of HP. But sadly, Comfort cannot do it all by his lonesome. Kits is being zoned away by the Lone Druid, so they cannot kill the Dawnbreaker. Kits, one last Ink Swell. Maybe this keeps him alive, and indeed it does. Somehow, some way, they've actually held ET. They haven't lost a tier 3 tower. They've lost several heroes, yes, but the base, in shambles as it is, has not been completely destroyed.
No, they're surprisingly able to reset. A shocking amount of patience and non-committal attitude from Bamisoy. I guess not wanting to get punished. They don't want to be stuck in there for too long. They're deciding to take the low and slow route, which honestly seems to be getting them in some trouble. The most successful initiation there was actually Husky on the backline, killing both supports with Mobe. They're just being very slow to actually get into a lot of these engagements that they on paper should be winning. Clearly, they have all of this net worth advantage. They've got these heroes that do so much physical damage, but they'd rather be patient. And patient they will. Tower is healing up, but not that quickly, and here we go. Break,
oh my god!
dead.
Comfort! Dead, killed off, and now they're going to be able to jump onto the Grimstroke as well. Husky just going to be looking for the backline angle. Now look who it is. It's Kids trying to stand his ground with the BKB, pushing away with the D-Lance Hurricane Pike, but it's not going to help him. He's dead. Spectre in the middle of the fight, sprouted up, surrounded by enemies on all fronts. And with her death, also die the options for recovery in this game 1. GG is called. Bamisoy and the gang, they take a massive game 1 victory. And although they got trounced earlier by TSM, I would hazard a guess as to say this is the biggest stomp we've seen so far in the qualifiers.
Yeah, no. Perfect early game. Absolutely perfect early game. Just did not have a problem shutting down those lanes. It just felt like they were everywhere they needed to be. Blink and Husky constantly held it down. They absolutely ruined Kit's lane. And whenever that lane falls apart, you ask yourself, well, why do we have a Huskar? A Huskar who didn't win his lane. He wasn't able to snowball at all. And then we have this problem where we have Huskar, we have Spectre, we have these heroes that can team fight, but who starts it? Who goes in first? We went for this Huskar thinking that he'd be this asset, when instead he not only didn't cover our weaknesses in the draft for the first 4 heroes, he then gets bopped by just the beautiful early game plays from that supporting cast on Bamisoy. and the game becomes very, very difficult very quickly because that lane starts going not so well. Then Fade can't walk up to the lanes. Then the Tusk is out of control. He's level 5, 8 minutes of the game. There's so much damage, so many heroes he can play with. And there's no recovery mechanism. There's no way for Pomioka to come back in this game. They can't just immediately start doing damage. Everything needs to be ramped up to, and they just never really get a clean, concise power spike to get themselves back in the game.
It is unfortunate for them that they find themselves under those conditions, but you know, it's funny that we've spoken about 24 pick in Dota several times, you and I, and we've not only agreed that 24 pick is not the be-all, end-all, the catch-22 it used to be. It seems in these qualifiers, sometimes it debates your own team and derails your entire strategy. Sadly, that's what happened to Pomioka here, but it's not over just yet. There still will be a game 2, so let's find out if they have what it takes to come back, or if Sammy Boy will be able to rouse the Bami Soy lineup into a 2-0 victory. We find out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. ESL 1 qualifiers continue right after this.
not wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, one and all, here for some ESL 1 qualifiers in the North American region. We're heading into Game 2 between Bamisoy and the side of Pomoeka. Sadly, for Pomoeka fans, Bamisoy just look a cut above the game right now, but a lot of that is down to the draft. So if they can adjust their drafts, I'm sure we'll have a more competitive series. My name's Snare, I'm joined yet again by ET. Homie, let's assume the last game didn't end with a Huskar, right? Let's have, I don't know, that Earth Spirit, Primal Beast, or something else. Did you see anything in the game itself that they could take away from and say, okay, those are some positives, let's just leave the Huskar by the wayside, but still continue doing this other stuff?
Absolutely. I think then the Spectre starts to cook a little bit. Then you have somebody to pair with your Grimstroke who can actually go in that isn't Fade. Even if Fade is 0-6 at the end of that laning stage, as long as Kits is able to create some type of counterplay on a different hero, there's hope. There's something to play for. There's something a little bit more. But they absolutely just got read like a book. They knew exactly what they needed to do on Bamisoy to not only shut him down, but also make him look like clowns. It just felt like they couldn't get back in the game no matter what. They had drafted themselves into a corner, and then the game kind of spelled itself out. But now, if you're Pomioka, get something more convincing in the lanes. Don't get obsessed with the lanes, which I know is so difficult. NA loves winning their lanes. It gives them that dopamine. It gives them that boost of confidence that lets them play the rest of the game. But if you just draft this team fight and this super team fight heavy patch, then maybe you can start to play with your teammates a little bit more. Maybe you can start getting that confidence in other ways. Maybe you have to give some footing back to Bamisoy for a little bit, but then you can burst back onto the scene. Then you can make those comebacks happen. You can have some of those mechanisms built into your draft. You're not so committal. Because Pomioka, they got red, they got thrashed, there was no coming back. They were waiting to lose for at least 10 of those minutes in that last game.
Read like a book. Let's hope they find a different volume to bring to the table for the second game, as we are going to be looking at our draft. Bamisoy will be playing on Radiant side with the second pick, and Pomoeka, they have first pick on Dire. So far, many of the bans looking the same, except the one switch up. Some respect being shown towards Blink. Like, we thought it was going to be Husky playing this hero, but Blink's like, don't worry, fam, let me show you what's up. Did not play a support Nature's Prophet. That was a slow carry. And eventually you're just like, yeah, okay, let's not give them this weapon if they can utilize it as well.
Yeah. Too dangerous is too annoying, even though they ran it before to not that same degree. But I think now Kits can breathe a sigh of relief. He knows, okay, I'm not going to get NPTP'd on at level 2 or whatever that happened in the previous game that just ruined him. But now, what does Pomioka decide to first pick? That's the big question here. Are they comfortable enough running the Bristle? Are we going to see an LD ban? And then maybe we see a return AA? Those are going to be the questions that they kind of have to answer. I'm honestly completely fine with the first pick Tusk as well. That hero's gotten so much value over the past few days. It feels like he is slowly but surely becoming my favorite 4. Not only to watch, because it's fun to watch, but he just does everything you need. He gives you kill potential on mid. He secures runes. He gives you damage in the side lanes. He's a great Twin Gate hero. It just seems so perfect for so many of these teams.
Yeah. I'm telling you now, fam, Tusk is going to be the most picked 4 at the event. If nothing changes, of course. But it's...
Of course.
The hero is absolutely ridiculous right now. Can accomplish anything. And, you know, all the positive things you mentioned, he can still accomplish them as a 5 hero as well, which is a bit much. I doubt they're going to be the first overall pick in the game, despite how good he's been. That's normally been reserved for Muerta, Weaver, seen some Dazzle, maybe Primal Beast? Oh, AA! We haven't seen much AA today. It's been banned out every other game. Normally in the second phase, it got banned once in the first phase. But is AA absent being able to get the CK lane, and maybe if you don't get the Luna lane, is it warranted to go for a first pick overall on the AA?
It really is just to single out the Bristleback, even though, I don't know, I don't think you necessarily need to draft Bristle now if you're Bamisoy, and that's where it's securing the Tusk. Makes sense. Just now look for something to pair it with in that next phase. They get like Tusk Grimstroke, then they're already happy, even though, like we spoke about last draft, double picking your supports feels kind of but at the same time, they're both so broken at this point, you might as well send it. But all this AA does for Pomioka, it dissuades the LD, it dissuades the Bristleback, it makes it so the Bamisoy are a little bit less likely to draft those heroes, because they shouldn't now. They should give respect to the Ancient Apparition. They should know that that matchup is just that bad. Problem is it's first pick AA, so now every hero on Bamisole is going to be a little bit more geared at jumping that backline, at bullying you. It's where I almost hope for Pomioka they end up drafting a Dark Will as their second support, just so they have a few defensive capabilities, even though that hero hasn't gotten any love today.
Not much love whatsoever. Still though, we shall see how this all unfolds. For the second phase, no Wraith King. Still haven't seen the... I guess if there's already AA, we're not going to see Bristleback being picked at all, but maybe they could go for the Bristleback. I mean, BBAA, not so bad. They'll just need some lockdown from someone else in the game. For now, though, they will show some even more respect, removing the Dawnbreaker away from Mobe. And, you know, you were mentioning it before the first game that Mobe just seemed very hungry. And that was definitely reflected in how he was playing that game. He was on kill mode the entire time, taking no prisoners. And I imagine that Bamisole will feel, let's just give him another highly active hero that he can just go wreak havoc on the map with.
Yeah, could definitely see them turning the draft around, looking for a hero like the Pango for him is just the easy one to call, as long as he doesn't get counterpicked in lane. But who knows, maybe if he does get counterpicked in lane, that's the secret sauce, just lets them win. But they get Phoenix, arguably the other best support, right alongside Tusk and Grimstroke. Just does so much magic damage and stalls out so many of these side lanes, but there's the Dark Will, so a part of me is happy. But now you've got Ancient Apparition, you've got Dark Will, you need some lockdown. You need a stun to stack with that Terrorize, you need somebody to go in before you, and most importantly, you need somebody to stand in front of these supports. Because if your backline gets intercepted, if the Tusk and Phoenix can get on top of you, you are absolutely helpless right now.
Let's see, which offlaners fit the bill. We can go for the Centaur, we can have Tidehunter, we can have Magnus.
Nice.
Magnus is the one. Could also double up as a mid laner if needed. And of course, you know, the potential of being able to buff up some TA maybe later on in the draft if that's going to be the safe lane hero. Okay, I'm fine with this. I like this. And it's also great wombo combo. If you find multiple heroes inside RP with the Ice Blast flying on top of it, Brambles, you know, the full Terrorize combo with Bedlam, it's good stuff that can happen here. But it is high execution, to be fair.
Yeah, the only issue is consistency. How many times can you find those plays? How often can you before the game starts to get a little bit derailed for you? Because if you miss, the stakes are there. You're picking this Magnus into Tusk Phoenix. If the egg is down a little bit too early, your RP gets nulled. If you RP too many heroes and the Tusk is waiting there with the Blink Dagger, he can save everybody in the RP. It's where you have to choose your target so carefully. Otherwise, it blows up in your face. You end up committed into a fight, you end up getting taken down. It's not the Magnus that we want to see. And of course, that execution gets a little bit easier once you have enough gold, you get the Harpoon Blink, then you can play Dota so much simpler. But until then, you do have to look for those plays and you have to hit the mark. Because if you miss, it's literally death. You will just die.
Yeah. Bamisole, what will they do here now, though, to try and deal with this? Oh my god. You know which hero would own this game, dude. Like right now, just with what's happening. If they went Dazzle mid and Spectre safe lane, dude, that would actually be the most poggy thing ever. Supports would get eaten alive throughout the entirety of this experience. But they have to think about this, though. I think maybe you probably go for the Mu hero here. No, go for the Mobe hero. Okay, get some big magical burst damage coming in again. I suppose maybe the idea is that burst for both AA and Dark Willow, but also a way to kill Dark Willow through Shadow Realm and a hero that under the right circumstances, can actually kill Magnus just with the Tusker, the two of them together.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, saw him play it earlier. Wasn't as confident, I think, in that game on the Lina, but also keeps you completely closed off of those counters. But look at the risk. They pick Bristle into Ancient Apparition. They say, okay, maybe this hero is broken enough. If I can play around AA ulti, if I can get you to waste it on another target, then maybe this hero is broken enough. Only caveat here, I really hope that this is Mu Bristleback. I hope it's a Bristle Phoenix lane. I hope that they can just ignore that part, because I want to see Samson on a carry that I like seeing him on. Not saying that his bristleback performance wasn't leaving too many things to be desired, but I think that he needs to be on something more comfortable. I think that the new bristleback is more like an offlaner. You can certainly play it in the safe lane. It does the same thing. It builds the same items, but I like when Samson can help out a little bit more, as well as you need a stun. You need an initiator, and maybe they do just go for something simple for Mu in a little bit here, but I could totally see Samson picking something up to assist in that regard, because you've got Alina mid too. You don't have setup right now. It's snowball. Snowball, snowball, snowball. So fingers crossed they get something. But Komart gets to play Lifestealer. He's pretty happy with that.
Yep. Gonna get some Empower from Magnus. Be able to eat through these heroes. We'll get a free ride as well from the Magnus. Shout out to the taxi. So, and I guess like even if it is off lane bristleback, you don't really care about the lane. Glad they banned TA. I think TA right now is you just can't play Lifestealer and leave TA in the pool. It's way too easy. So I guess that Bamisway will be looking towards one of these range heroes that Samson plays. You know, we spoke about one of them earlier. I'm looking at this game here, ET. I could very easily see him playing Terrorblade under these conditions and having that be the be-all, end-all win condition for them.
I think they'd be pretty happy with it too. I see the TB, of course, you still have the Luna in the pool if they want to just keep things extremely simple, even though into Ancient Apparition, it's kind of a sad matchup. You don't get to build up that Satanic like you typically want to. Your range isn't that good, so you end up getting clipped by the AA Blast pretty consistently. But that's where we're looking for these heroes. I think worst case scenario would be if they wanted to pick like Troll or something for Samson, just a random bad NA pick. For some reason, these guys love that hero. They love picking it. They love losing with it. It just doesn't seem very good. But who knows? We'll see what they have to go for, or if they've already settled on Samson being the bristleback player for this team. In which case, I'm not exactly sure what they would pick for Mu to go into the Lifestealer AA lane. Not like it's a very difficult lane, but I just feel like they don't need to all in with this carry bristleback. But who knows? Maybe Samson is just all in. He just thinks that, yeah, I need to do this. All I know right now for Bamisway is they need another stun. Otherwise, their lineup's going to be real tough to play.
Yep. They do need a stun in some regard, because right now they're wholly reliant on the Tusk. To be fair, it's not like their opponents are faring much better in that regard. They have 2 disables, Terrorize and the RP. I'm not even counting Cold Feet, I refuse. So they need something from this mid lane. Kits, it's on you now, my friend. There's no Earth Spirit, there's no Puck, there's no Invoker. Because of the lack of stuns in the enemy team, you could play Queen of Pain, actually, and get away with it for the most part. I don't think Void Spirit would fail. I mean, Void Spirit's okay to drag back the Bristle and have him look at you, but no! They're just going to put the Magnus mid, they go back for the Centaur we discussed earlier. So now you have lots and lots of beefy boys. Oh my god, dude, okay. Does Samson play Monkey King by any chance? This seems like one of the best
absolutely.
Monkey King games I've ever seen.
He does play it. I would be pretty happy to see him play it as well. It's not the same as a South American Monkey King player, but it's pretty good. I don't think he'd be upset at all, but you are right. It'd be sick. It's good versus the Lifestealer. It's good versus the Centaur. I think right now, Bamisway might be thinking, okay, they stole our Centaur. What do we do next? And they pick Zeus.
Alrighty, I know you had some interesting words regarding Zeus yesterday. If I recall correctly, you said it made the draft bad in a way that it shouldn't have. Does this make this draft bad? The last pick Zeus for Bamisway.
Well, I don't think it makes the draft any easier, if that makes sense. Especially because now it's going to be Samson on the Lina. I'm very intrigued. I think versus the Magnus in the mid lane, well, at least you're able to hop over. You should never get skewered in this lane. That's the good news for Mobe. But it's a very different idea. As well as I feel like Fade is extremely happy. I don't think that Carry Lina in its current state can necessarily shove out a Centaur from the lane. I think that lane might be very difficult actually for Samson. So it's kind of odd that they decide to all in for it. But it's no more stun. It doesn't protect their egg. It's not another initiator. It's just a Zeus. But maybe they know something we don't. Who knows? I don't know. My hands are in the air. I like Pomyaka's draft a lot more.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, earlier on in this year when Lina was not even one of the better carries, she was it. She was the carry, right, of the meta. In NA, this region was the one that pioneered playing Rubik Centaur to dismantle that lane. Like, it would be like Rubik Centaur, Rubik Lycan, and there was one other hero. But You just play these uber beefy cores that can get on top of her, stun her, and then do enough damage to zone her away. In this game, sure, you don't have the Rubik early on to achieve that kind of end, but eventually you'll have Stampede. Eventually you'll have the dual Blink Daggers on the Magnus and the Centaur, close down the Lina, and because it's Zeus middle, do you care about, like, whoever you jump, you're happy, right? We either jump Zeus first, we can kill him really, really quickly with these heroes, or we get on top of Lina, we kill her really quickly. Bristleback, playing from the offlane, gonna be super strong, but we have the mobility to high-key ignore him in the fights. I am with you, I am not a fan of the rounding out of this draft from Bamisoy, but I'm also ready to find out something that I don't know just yet. I'm ready to see what the new carry Lina has in store for us. And I'm ready to see maybe a Zeus performance that is exciting in NA. So let's get into it, ET. Let's see what pans out. Game 2 of Bamisoy versus Pomyaka. Neither of us like the Zeus, but, you know, Mobe did win some unwinnable games back on Ancient Tribe on Zeus. So maybe he's the one that was just calling for it, being like, guys, don't worry, I got this.
We can only hope. I'm just terrified. I don't even know what Samson goes for necessarily if he does just decide to turn it into the Magic Lina, which is much better right now, or if he just decides, okay, I guess I'm just gonna do the Maelstrom thing again, the nerfed Maelstrom thing. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna be happy with the Lina no matter what, but we'll see. At least you're laning with the Tusk. That will prop you up no matter what. The Tusk will make you look better, and maybe that'll be the end of that lane, but I think Fade gets an early Ring of Health, gets an early Vanguard, gets to farm up a Storm. I just feel like that hero's going to shatter. As soon as AA Blast is online, as soon as you get to just Blink Initiate, Blink Stomp, take her out, it's a very, very hard hero to not die on. Because you just get run down. You just get hounded. But we'll see. No, not going to be too much of a downer, you know? There is hope. And on the other side of the map, you've got Moo, who's going to be stacking Ancients, farming Ancients. We get to see Bristleback in the offlane now. This side of the stream hasn't got to see it just yet. You know, I think Speed's played it twice now, because, man, he makes that hero look great.
Yeah. Speed played it, Gunner played it earlier today. But for our side, it's going to be the first time we get an example of this offlane BB. One thing that's also going to suck kind of as this game scales later. If I'm Zento, I really want to buy a Pipe of Insight in this game. My goodness, if I buy a Pipe, I feel so good. We detract from so much of the damage output from Bamisoy. But there's a long time to go before that portion of the game arrives. For now, we focus on our lanes. On the top side of the map, oh my god, this is going to be so boring. Just trading farm. Like, there's no stuns here. Like, how does anybody kill anybody? You have to be so out of position to die in the top lane.
Yeah, it'll come down to whoever struggles the most to maintain control of these camps. It's really the only way that AA or Phoenix get taken down. Once we get Icarus Dive, maybe some interesting things can happen, but until then, it's waiting. It's just being chill. It's being patient. I think that's where bottom lane we might see some more sparks fly, just with how Brambles work, how much more damage potential this lane has in general, as well as once Fade starts spamming that double edge. You never know what's going to happen, but it's also all going to be Samson's fault if he does get taken down. He's got to be careful. He does not want to end up feeding. No Flea. Be a little careful here, but let's go with the big stick.
He's actually might be in a bit of danger. Like you said, he did pop the stick. It looked like Samson didn't actually believe they were going to get that kill. He was staccato with the first couple of hits. I think had he gone in immediately, they might have found the first blood, but it is also one of those situations where you ask yourself, hey, I can get some decent traction on a couple creeps, maybe even kill a range creep. Is it worth a maybe kill on Flea? If we don't get it 100%, probably not. So I get it.
Nah.
But they might go now onto Fade. They get him inside the eye shards here. Fade is in danger. They did get a lot of damage out onto him, but yet again, unable to completely take him over.
Yeah, and unfortunately in this lane, Flea's got the get out of jail free card. Just means that Husky is going to keep all of that tag team damage focused on him. He's the one that gets clicked. He's the one that eats that punishment. It's so difficult for him to just walk up simply because he's getting prosecuted. But mid!
What? Oh. Oh my god, dude. Alright, Kit's getting revenge for what happened in the previous game. He solo kills the Zeus in the mid lane. It wasn't even like he was dominating the lane. They were even on the CS department, but now, massive advantage, no supports to share experience with. This is just a straight up dub coming in for Kits in this mid.
Yeah, just wrong position. I don't know if he used his hop already or what transpired there, but just stuff happens. You're playing versus Magnus, you get dragged under tower, you eat a few many 2 hits, and then get taken down. Gets his level 4 now. It's exactly what he wants.
Top lane move. Gets cold feet procced on him and doesn't really care. Gonna take a Lotus out. He's just chilling. And it is off-lane Bristleback, so we'll see if he's gonna decide to do the Xayah / Collapse build. I'm only 1 point into the BB passive.
I think you can get away with it this game. There is a decent amount of physical damage coming out, but it's slow. I don't think you're gonna have to worry about getting bursted. While side lane, Ring of Health down on Fade. And now it just feels like it's time for these offlaners to become bullies of sorts. Got the 2 Ring of Prots as well, so Fade is ready to get clicked by Samson for the foreseeable future.
This brings me back to the days of Centaur double stout shield. Ah, good times. No, actually, they were not good times. It was awful. Speaking of the Centaur, though, he might be in trouble down bottom. Caught inside the ice shards. Eating quite a lot of damage here. One more right click from Samson is enough to kill him. And Husky, he might get fallen down, though, in revenge for this. He's certainly going to die. No, Flea hit him a bit too soon. Nonetheless, finds the kill, and he dodges the LSA, denying Samson the chance for a double. Alright. I'm fine with this. I guess if you're on the side right now, Bamiso, you're obviously a lot happier that Sammy got to be involved in the kill, and you brought down Fade, but they positioned correctly enough. I don't think they'll be able to do that again that easily anyway.
No, definitely not. And I did peep his items. He is just going for the Falcon Blade into Maelstrom on Lina, so it's, you know, it's whatever. But
I mean, you play this hero sort of
dead.
like, what? He actually died? How? Dude, that last Fire Spirit connected from Blink? Alright, Blink has been on one, honestly. This series, he has been playing out of his freaking mind.
I think it's catching these players off guard as well. Phoenix just does so much damage. You don't expect it. You don't expect him to just do 200 or 300 damage with how slow it ends up coming through. But you burn. You die. It hurts. And that's where another advantage for them to play around. You're getting level 6 pretty soon here on the Zeus. Then these side lanes become even more fragile. But that's just Fade getting right-clicked to death. Classic lane, tag team, making this Lina carry look a little better.
I guess Lina, nowadays, you also build Silver Age this game after all of this, right? I imagine you basically play like Marta. That would make sense to me.
Pretty much.
Oh boy. So things going really well for them down bottom. That's gonna maybe open up space for Husky to make a rotation. But Husky right now, he might be needed, but he's not gonna be able to arrive to the mid lane in time as Mobe gets immediately punished. The RP came out, they drag him under the tower. Flea gets credited with the kill, but it also meant that they utilized the first Thunder God's Wrath of the game. Top lane though, we're about to lose Link, but he denied himself. Who is this guy? Why is he so good? And now Moo in the top lane ends up killing the Lifestealer after we just saw a little skirmish in the river, which led to the death of this Dark Willow. Dude, this top lane is going really, really well. The bottom lane is going really, really well. Bamisoy just proving to be a cut above at the moment in the laning phase.
No, Moo just keeps getting the Lotuses. He's going to have Arcane Boots soon. Kit's had a beautiful turn RP in the mid lane. That's the nicest thing going on right now. Even though, look at this, keeping bottom on Magnus, but you've got no RP. You're only half HP too. You got to be a little bit careful here, but
there's no mana left on the Lina, fortunately. She only has enough for a single spell. Husky will just walk north, taking away the attention from this Lina, allowing her to escape with her life. But that's another death for Fade, man. Things were not looking so terrible in the first level or two, but since then, bottom lane has turned into an absolute disaster for the Centaur.
Yeah, in every moment that you drag Kits out of his lane, he just pushes in the wave, gets more space. It's very passive, but yeah, navigating right now. Abyss, gotta be so careful.
The Samson rotation. He's here, even with rage, bro. You are so dead. They're gonna give the Sunray over to the Lina to ensure that she gets back all her HP. Throws out one more right click onto the Lifestealer. And that is the third death of the game for the Lifestealer. Pressure being applied to the tier 1 tower. Moo starting to creep skip on his Bristleback. And Samson, already more than a third of the way towards Maelstrom, is going to get even closer now because they found Fade inside the full combo of spells. Mega kill streak for Samson. I don't know how it's possible, ET, but this game is looking even more punishing than the last one.
No, and it's where you gotta be so careful. Biggest quality of life change for Lina is just the fact that whenever you Laguna Blade, you're immediately at 10 stacks. There's no ramp up. Single targets just die in those situations. He gets punished. Mu might finally be taken down here. But again, you drag kits for a moment. Now he's gonna have to walk all the way back mid. He's not spending time farming nearly as much as he'd like to. He's second highest net worth because these rotations keep working, but it's not what you want. Mobe cleans up the kill on Flea, gets the illusion rune. He's just accelerating towards that phylactery.
Alrighty. Phylactery not that far away. Oh boy. They're ahead on kills by 4, but ahead in net worth by 3k. And also down bottom, this first tier 1 tower of the game looks like it's in jeopardy of falling. Samson should be able to pick this one up. Only 600 gold away from having the full Maelstrom with power trades and a Falcon Blade. He is obscenely farmed right now.
He is absolutely massive. Husky's level 6 already. The Tusk just continues to snowball in every single game we've gotten to watch. And this is another smoke play. Again, they're taking kits out of his lane. It just needs to work. If this doesn't work, this is a good minute and a half where the Magnus is not getting closer towards this Blink Dagger. And if they get red, they're the ones losing everything right now. The mid lane's open. A support's going to eventually travel back here, but
they're going top.
I don't know.
They took the Twin Gate. They're going to go find this Lifestealer again.
Not again.
So not only does the move not work, it happens at the worst possible time because they now are not available to help out the Lifestealer. Does his best with the Infest plays, but he will get Laguna Bladed, killed off, and the tier 1 tower should fall very shortly afterwards. You could literally not script a better game, a better start for the side of Bamisware than what's happening in this game.
No, and then you get vision of the Magnus bottom with the ward on their own Twin Gate. You realize that, oh hey, we just wasted a ton of time. Kits goes back to farming. He's going to try to get a 10-minute rune now, and you're just not connecting with your plays. And now feels like we're going to let Bamisware get away with everything until we have these Blink Daggers done. Then we can take another stab at getting some of these smoke plays going, but it's very slow. It's very, very slow Dota, and they don't like having to play like this, but there's really nothing else you can do. You've got Stampede now, which could allow you to maybe get on top of either the Lina or the Zeus, but they have to be so out of position for that miracle play to happen. In the meantime, Samson's got Maelstrom. He's farming. It's looking like the Lina Major.
What an event that was. That event was lit though. Let's not lie. It was pretty cool. It was pretty fun. South American fans go really buck for Dota. It was wonderful to watch. Husky. I see Fade is now level 6. I think one of the reasons they've been struggling is not just the lack of their Blink Daggers, but without the Stampede, them closing the gap was practically impossible. That is a bit easier now, and they're about to get the Blink Dagger, so a really powerful spike in power is about to arrive for them. The thing is, though, I'm looking across this map, and they don't actually have that much vision, so they'll have this power ET, but where can they actually deploy it on the map?
Yeah, that's where you go down the list. You say to yourself, who is our target? It's most likely going to be the Lina farming her triangle, or the Zeus farming the camps right next to his tower. But any of those plays is that dive we were talking about in draft. You mess up, the snowball gets off. You mess up, the egg is already laid down in front of you. The margin for error is going to become basically nothing. And you're going to have to drag a hero out to do this. Now Kits has to get even more active. He hasn't spent time accelerating. There's no Echo Saber built up right now. And it's still a great blink timing. Best case scenario right now, they catch this Lina top. And they are pinging. But Samson has really got to be stubborn here to stay for this wave. Instead, maybe they get the Zeus on the 12-minute runes.
I mean, he's fine. They had an Observer Ward in the Dire jungle. They saw him. Oh, they saw the Magnus and the AA. Samson knew what's up. Might be a small skirmish here around one of these runes as Flea is inside the Shadow Realm taking damage from Blink. Blink really wants to kill. The burn damage should be enough and Flea will indeed tick out. There is an RP though directly onto Samson with the Ice Blast on top of him. They try to save him with the Snowball, but it arrives a second too late. Lifestealer able to kill off this Lina, and now with the Snowball forward, Husky will find himself perhaps mispositioned, but Tumblr's Toy enables him to dodge the shockwave, try to TP out. It's going to be a very cheeky play. Ends up failing. Look cool though. But what looks really cool is them being able to finally kill Lina and get an obscene amount, 1,000 gold for the Lifestealer. Kind of recovers his early game for him.
Yeah, I think Samson, just slight misstep there. He's got daytime vision. He had the Zeus ulti as well, but just gets grabbed a little bit too quickly. Maybe thought he was safe because the Zeus ult had just disabled that Mag's Blink, but it's taken out. It's the punish that they wanted. Unfortunately, it's a punish that leads to nothing, though. They don't get to pressure that mid tower at all. Everybody goes back to their own lane after the fact. You used RP. Everybody's just going to start farming again. And then we have to wait for that next play. Specifically, we need to wait for the Centaur to also finish up his own blink. In the meantime, Tomioka are going to try another smoke here, but this is just Skewer. So this is high risk, high reward here. They're looking for the Zeus, but they're going to pop on the Bristle and see everyone.
Oh, they actually find 2 heroes with the Skewer, but the Snowball, unfortunately for them, not even needed because they got off the Supernova so quickly. And like you said, whenever that happens, the fight is just over. Supernova comes out. Magnus and AA are dead. And, man, the execution for that combo is just too difficult, man. Like, you have to get Ice Blast out, the Bedlam, the Brambles Terrorize, all before any of these spells emerge. It's just too much to ask.
No, and that was the play that they were gunning for. They were looking for a Skewer into Terrorize. I can only imagine onto Zeus, because they just don't have the damage. Magnus isn't doing any right-click or physical damage right now. He doesn't have Echo Saber. He doesn't have items. He doesn't have a ton of levels. Because he's been rotating so much, best thing you could say is that at least they're buying space for Fade. Fade, who had Stampede, I think, as well during all that. So I think his team knew that everybody had messed up in that situation. At least he's only about 100 gold off, and then maybe we see a contribution from this Centaur. But in the meantime, Bamisoy, they're the ones aggressing. They don't have Egg, but they want to land somewhere here. They're keeping everyone onto this Lifesteal right now.
Okay, can they find the Snowball comes in onto Fade and Lifestealer? They get in the Infest into the Centaur. Might still end up dead though. Ice Blast lands onto multiple heroes. He's turning to try and threaten them. He will end up dead though. Has he bought enough time for the escape of the Lifestealer? That maybe appears the case. He's forced to Armlet Toggle though. This damage from Mobe. The only reason that he's gonna survive is that Mobe does not have infinite mana. But there is Thunder Gods. Is he gonna do it? He's Armlet Toggling. Mobe's thinking about it. But he will decide to be merciful and let him go.
He's terrified. He's still thinking about it. But no, Mobe, he's chosen the wave. It'd be insane if he just Arcane Boots Thunder God's Wrath right now. At this point, you assume that you TP'd home or found a way to heal, and you want to save that spell. Now that RP is online, you can't really afford to waste the Thunder God's Wrath, especially if you can just make it impossible for kits to find that RP. But still, tower defended, 8k gold lead, playing in the river again for that 16-minute rune. And you've got a blink on the Zeus, so finding him is even more difficult. Mobe is just playing for his own movement, playing to survive these encounters. If you don't get him with the RP, you don't get him with the Centaur Stomp, then he's freeing away. He's chilling, even though every hero should be here in the river. Rune does get lucky for the mag, though. You know, he blinked?
Oh my gosh, dude. He blinks, tumblers twice, and then heavenly jumps. Are you kidding me? Why does Zeus have that degree of mobility? Looks like they want to force the fight, though. Supernova popped in at the moment by Blink, but they have the Stampede. They just get themselves back. That's a trade you'll take any day of the week. Stampede for Supernova? Sure. Sadly, though, it does mean that without the Stampede, they might be able to just take the tier 1 tower by posting up in front of it.
Yeah, it's very committal now. If you go for that RP play, there's no way for you to run away, especially with the supports. But okay, they're trying to take Mu in, but he's hurting.
My god, Mu is going to end up killing off 2 heroes with the Thunder God's Wrath assistance. And he's still alive right now. Abyss comes in, hoping to kill him off. But the ice shots from Husky prevents the Lifestealer from closing down the Bristleback. Lifestealer is gone. I think Fade is going to be joining him, even standing still for a minute, contemplating his life's decisions, reckoning with every mistake that led him to have to play this particular game of Dota. And you said it the best. Yes, you can commit the RP, but super high risk. Medium reward, low reward, 0 reward. They get punished and team wiped in front of their own tier 2.
There's just no escape plan. There's no way to get out. There's no plan B. We're gonna try to kill him under the tower. To make matters worse, Mu gets off the Ag spell. He gets that Bristleback. The quills start stacking up, and you just die. You can't do much. He just presses Bristleback. during all of that, Samson's just kind of there for fun, throwing out spells. He didn't really need to commit anything. And it looks like now it's time for another sub 20-minute Roche. Why the hell not? Give it to the Lina, make it almost impossible for her to die. Already, she is so farmed, doesn't really matter. See if he gets lucky with a Grove Bow, and then he's even more obnoxious. The old super obnoxious Lina. But the game plan is just working. They don't even give it to him. They say, Moo, you know what? They're the one trying to kill you. You're playing versus AA. Sure, take the Aegis. See if we care.
Yep. It's one of those games, you know, when the enemy team has so many other problems that you as a carry are allowed to play for free, but maybe they'll regret not giving the Lina the Aegis, but it was nighttime. If this was daytime, Samson would be 100% dead right now. But it's nighttime, so Fade does not have the necessary vision. Man, I'm sure he wishes he was playing Batrider right now. Like, man, that would have been nice. Game is hard.
Game is very, very hard.
Still gonna try reach for it though. They get the vision out. Samson, Snowball will connect. The Ice Ball. The Snowball did not actually get him out of trouble. So because of that, the Ice Blast brings him low enough that he does end up dead. Rare mistake coming in from Husky, not getting the full salvation when he was needed. That will lead to a huge, huge kill onto Samson. And another huge injection of gold into the Lifestealer here.
Oh, it's a 2,000 gold dip there. And Moo, well, open wounds.
Okay, I don't know about this one though, guys. I don't know about this one, guys. This is a bristleback we're talking about here. I don't know about this one, guys. Lifestealer ends up dead, punished for his sins, for his hubris in thinking could take down the Bristle God. And the chase might still continue. Husky finding the Snowball forward onto Flea. And he will be able to hold him up. There's the Ice Shards, giving ample opportunity for Mobe to finish off this Dark Willow. Bro, why did they go on Bristleback with an Aegis?
It just feels like they're trying way too much. He felt like, I don't know. The way he walked up to that Bristle and open wounds him was if open wounds was going to somehow kill Moo. But it just doesn't work like that. There's just no way it does that much damage. Otherwise, maybe we'd see Lifestealer as much as we do see Bristle. And Kits, solo kill, Shadow Blade, easy as that. And look at that, he did get the Grove Bow. So we really are at the Lina Major.
Yeah. Grove Bow, baby. Nice, 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 nice. Wonderful. I heard an Infest somewhere, so they're going to try and make an Infest play. They see Lina, but they have reinforcements waiting in the wings. I don't think this is a good idea. I think you let this one go. At this point in time, yeah, the Bristleback's not here, but who do you actually kill? The thing is, this Lifestealer also doesn't really have items to kill any of these heroes. And look, they can jump forward with Husky. Husky's not even that afraid for his own life. During the rage, he can run away from Abyss. He will throw Ice Blast out. It will connect Flush onto Husky. It's only level 1 Ice Blast though, so there's a high likelihood he ends up surviving. Snowball gonna buy time away from the duration of Tick. And that'll mean that he is A-OK.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Pomioka, every single time they attempt these plays, they take a hero out of that farming rotation. Nobody is getting a breakaway towards top. You're not getting to use that much of the map right now. And it's so balanced. It's so good. Free shard for the Zeus.
Yay. Yay. Game is hot. Game is very difficult. To make matters worse, you were mentioning earlier the lack of damage output coming in from the Magnus. The situation is even more dire because I'm looking at what Abyss has queued up. And he's going for the AC next after having the armlet phase boots. And I do definitely understand wanting more armor against Bristleback Lina, but man, he's gonna hit like a wet noodle. There's just no damage. Who's actually gonna die to this Lifestealer in a genuine engagement?
There's no Deso, there's no nifty butterfly play, and here we go. They find Kits and, well, I don't know, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, Kits needs to get out of here. They pop the Stampede. They even throw in the Terrorize, but the Terrorize misses completely, but they're all just trying to run as quickly as they can. TPs are forced out. SMN will be denied an opportunity to do so. As this time around, Mobe does not have mercy. Bursts him down. And that was a smoke move that they made. Pomioka were hoping to try and catch someone from Bammy off guard there, but they just don't have the tools to do it.
Nope, absolutely not. And then Samson, now hunting Fade. Does he have the damage here? Let's see it. Yeah, it feels like he does.
Yeah, Lina Major. Good times. He feels so confident about the game. He's even giving up buying a Silver Edge, just going straight for BKB. And I must say, ET, if I'm playing a Centaur or a Lifestealer, I'm actually insulted that the Lina feels that they don't need Silver Edge. They're like, you're weak enough to not to have to bother with it, bro.
Especially because he could just get straight up RP'd, you know. It's not a great BKB game. It's kind of tough to find a great BKB game nowadays, but we've got bigger problems. We've got Mobe almost having a refresher. We've got Mu continuing to scale, gonna have Octarine sooner than later, and then we just got even more Quills in front of us. The good news is that at least there isn't an Aegis for them to play around, but do you get confidence to even make a smoke play? You can still find Samson, you can still get the Lina playing by herself, and that's about all you can say right now for Pomioka. They have these spells, they have all 5 of their ultimates, they'd love to get something going, but they need to create a situation where Bamisoy are split. You have to move away. You have to give yourself some space. I don't like this. They're gonna try to go all in here.
Yep, he's looking for the skewer plate, and they do manage to find him. And they actually push him deep towards the base. Husky's too far away for the snowball. So the execution does pan out. And they got to save the RP in the process, so they could re-engage this fight, which is exactly what they're gonna do. They're going in at the drums, but it was a debate. On the high ground with Stampede, they get their Centaur blown the hell up. And now Mu, he's the one on the forward proportion of the fight, trying to bring down SMN, succeeding in the prospect. Kits prevented from escaping with the eye shots from Husky. That's going to force the pop out from this Lifestealer. But now he has no more options. He would love to take down the Supernova during the rage, but he knows that's not an option. Terrorize buys a little bit of time though. But all it does is buy time. It turns out he only bought the cheap plan, not the deluxe edition. So 3 seconds later, Lifestealer is dead regardless. And Bamisoy, despite losing Sammy in a very nice play from Pomioka, everything else still comes in flush with him, because turns out you can't actually fight into them even 4v5.
You know, they get this good skewer play, and then the route they take to re-engage in that fight it's just the worst. They're fighting against their opponent's high ground vision. Everybody is seen at that point, and then you get picked apart. Zeusel comes through, almost instantly kills Fade. He's not able to do anything. He's not tanky in the slightest. Maybe they get dewarded now. I don't think Blink can stay around long enough to protect this vision, but you're just going to respawn on these heroes. The Zeus and the Bristleback, they're not getting stopped. Refresher is now done by that Zeus, so all of that HP that you were kind of working with, well, now you've got even less of it. It feels like a hairball plus double Zeus ulti might be enough to kill these supports on the side of Pomioka. It's just not looking very easy. He's not even level 18 yet, and he has a Refresher.
Honestly, the way things are looking, I'm not even sure it'll take the double Zeus ult to kill these heroes off. These supports are so squishy. 1100 health for Flea. How much HP is on this Ancient Apparition right now? Also 1100. And I'm also really surprised that Fade hasn't opted to queue up a pipe or something for this game. Just given how overwhelming the magic damage has proven to be between the Phoenix and the Zeus. Feels like they could really use some degree of mitigation against that.
Nope, absolutely. You'd love to have a little bit more farm. You'd love to be able to push them back, but it's also an incredibly short Roche timer, so they're just going to be able to move across back towards that Roche pit, and then they can do whatever.
Bamisoy and the boys playing the easiest game of their lives right now. Roche is up, waiting on the dire side for somebody to come say hello. Honestly, I feel like Bristleback Lina could go do it themselves with 0 assistance and it would be fine.
You know, all it takes is scouting, and it's respawning so quickly that they might not even make it over there for a little bit longer. They might wait for that second timer just to hedge their bets. Because while they're not taking Roche, they're farming everything. They've got a gem on Mu, they're taking away vision and control from Pomioka by just being out onto the map. And at least Kits has a big purchase here, but he doesn't feel confident enough to get the Harpoon. This is big though.
Okay, they go in for the fight, but the Icarus dive away. The Phoenix is fine. Oh no, that's not what's supposed to happen. Fade actually gets demolished by the spells coming in from the Zeus. So no Centaur available. Bristleback with the hairball able to ensure that SMN does die. And because he needed to infest to stay alive, a Blitz might not be safe either. But there's the 3 hero RP. There's the combo that they needed. But there's no Ice Blast. There's no damage. There's no way to win the fight thereafter, impressive as it looks. Samson blinks onto the high ground with the Laguna and just starts right-clicking with reckless abandon, getting himself a triple, looking for the ultra kill. and he's still alive. Blinks away to disjoint the tier 3 tower. They can't even find the Lina, even though she's on the cusp of death. Hissed, he brought back, he wants to kill Moo, but he realizes that Moo is actually much stronger than him, even with only a third of his HP. Flea brought back as well, but my friend, please, just stay in the jungle, stay in the trees. Do not go looking for this fight. Amiso end up going, man. They're just way too strong right now, is he?
No, and with all that, now they can just go back to Roche. They can do whatever they want. They can decide to slow this game down. They're really under very little threat. Love the blink purchase from Samson. Just fixes his positioning immediately. Is able to get that follow-up stun. If Fade gets the follow-up hoof stomp, maybe they keep that chain stun going on those heroes, but they die. They can't survive. They can't last long enough. Moo finally scouts out that Roche, and it's time for another Aegis for this Lina, most likely. Because at this point, she gets that. I don't know if Samson can die twice.
If I'm Samson, though, I'm telling my team I'm not a coward, boys. Don't worry. I've managed to avoid dying just fine without the Aegis. I'll be good. Roche with cheese getting taken away. Nothing they can really do about it on the enemy lineup. I mean, the Ice Blast is nice. It would have been cool if they at least got the Aegis or the Roshan kill, but unfortunately this game is not nearly that kind to the side of Homiakas.
No, and look at that. Win probability.
Win
not.
probability.
Yeah.
So if there is a chance for them to come back into this game, where do you think it lies? Is there a particular timing that they're waiting for before they can realistically start actually doing progressive things on the map?
I think it quite literally is the closer they get to the Pomiaka Fountain, the more likely those fewer plays can happen, the more likely you can get them under those tier 4s and then actually kill these heroes off. It's just so annoying to get them in that circumstance.
Aegis in tow, only 3 tier 2 towers still to claim for them, so there's objectives they can still work towards. It's all about how they get stopped from taking those objectives. Looks like top is going to be the first one. They even smoke up for it. Let's see who's going to show themselves behind the tier 2 tower. Who's going to break his smoke? They're running forward. They actually get the Thunder God's Wrath. They see where these heroes are at. They're going to be forcing the Rage CP out of this Lifestealer immediately. But the primary objective is achieved. Zone them away from the tier 2 tower so we can take it easily.
Yeah, it's very simple. They're able to move across the map. Arcane Rune now spawning up in the river. They'd love to get that next. It's just difficult for them to make any play right now. I think Husky just popped a smoke onto Moo, but this is where you're going to start to lose those tier 2s. That gold lead's going to skyrocket. It already is insane for Bamisoy. 1k a minute right now, but you need a miracle. You need a skewer back play. The closer they are to the fountain, maybe you can get some kind of shenanigans going, but in the meantime, all you can hope is that Husky messes up another blink save with the snowball. Then at least you get 2 heroes, but the egg is almost bulletproof at this point. With Moo,
okay,
there you go.
And get the snowball is gonna be there. Gonna buy some time. They do still have the terrorize though. They throw it out with the ice blast, but it doesn't come out in time to save the life of Kits as our Magnus goes down. Mobe as well blinks onto the high ground to hunt down SMN, while the Lifestealer, he just got drive-by killed by Samson, who was barely even trying to go after him. Samson now able to bring down Flea as well. They turn it into another massive teamfight victory for themselves. Should easily be able to claim a tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And it feels honestly, ET, like they're playing with their food a little bit right now for Bamisoy.
No, they're really stalling up on a lot of these objectives. But now, there's almost nothing. And look at that, 99%. It's rough. They need to get in the fountain ASAP. But the problem is, if you get Moo in the fountain, well, Moo kind of wants to be in the fountain. Moo might kill you in your own fountain, because that's how Bristle works, baby.
Yep.
It's so fun. But now, finally, high ground is broken. Your second glyph's already been used. They give the cheese to Samson, so he still has that Aegis to play around with, but it's not looking pretty. They'll reset their posture a little bit here, move the Zeus a little bit further back, but now you've got this awkward timing. 10 seconds, 15 seconds on the remainder of your lineup. You don't want to buy back with that short time, but by the time they fully respawn, half this tower is going to be gone.
Yep. To make matters worse, they do respawn, but we don't have RP. And that's the only real mechanism that they have for fighting up against Bamisoy. They will back off though, showing some respect. This is the kind of discipline that we want out of teams that expect to do well at lands. We don't know if they're going to do well just yet. We don't even know if they're going to be there, but trying to prove themselves. Pomiaka, Fade, himself and Comfort, Abyss, trying to prove themselves capable of killing a core hero as they're waiting for the chance to jump onto the Lina, and they're gonna find it. Lina dragged back, but there was no moment of misplay, hesitation. There's the RP though on the 3, and Lina will die. That's her first life taken away, but it comes at the same time as the Dark Willow gets taken out with the Ancient Apparition. Lifestealer, he's trying to run, he's trying to hide, but it cannot be done. He gets easily caught up to, easily killed off. Even Kits, realizing that running into your own base is not a safe place to be, they get team wiped, they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. And Bami Soy will find themselves continuing in the qualifiers as they knock out Pomiakas and keep hopes of going to Kuala Lumpur alive with Sammy Boy and the crew.
Yeah. Much cleaner victory than game 1. I think that's where it was a pure draft advantage. They absolutely won off that. Here, they had to play just a little bit more Dota, but head above water. They kept their cool. They did really well in the lanes, especially Samson and Husky, just still proving why Tusk is so good. But that high level of execution, it's just very difficult for Pomiaka. Kits was basically on an island with RP, trying to make everything happen for his team. Sadly, again, Fade just gets shut out of the game. He doesn't get to have much of anything. There's so much time spent just catching that Centaur up. It didn't end up feeling like he got to have very much impact in this game. And by the time Kits is running around like a madman, trying to gank every single lane, trying to make anything happen, he's losing net worth. He's falling behind Mobe. The rest of the lineup is surging forward. And it's just too much of an advantage to play against.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just a bit too much. They end up not being able to claw things back. And honestly, I expected them to have a bit better catch against the Lina in particular, playing Centaur and Magnus. But like you mentioned, when the game is going so badly initially that it delays the blink daggers, it delays the levels that they need to catch up to the Lina. Even by the point that they eventually get there, the game state is completely unwinnable. Doesn't really make sense. What did you make of this Zeus performance? How do you think Mobe performed on this hero of his?
Slightly better. I want to say I'm slightly more pleased. I think the Blink Dagger was a very good call. You're playing versus Centaur. You need to be a little bit more mobile. But in general, I think his positioning was great. He was super annoying. He had one extremely good play. As soon as he got the refresher, just jamming up Kits' initiation twice, just making it almost impossible for the Magnus to play. But in general, I think the refresher rush just feels a little bit better. And seeing the Blade move around, seeing Einilite try that build 1 or 2 times, same with the Kaiasange. Refresher Rush seemed pretty solid. More solid than any other Zeus we've seen in the tournament. But I don't know if this is going to be a pattern. I don't know if I want to see any more Zeus. Because it feels like the remaining 4 heroes for Bami Soy could have carried the lineup regardless of whatever hero Mobe was.
It feels like, yeah, the level of performance, especially from Husky that we saw, made up for any deficiencies we might have seen from the Zeus. I'm fully with you. You could have practically played whatever the hell you wanted. Before we get into our third and very, very interesting series of the day, I want your opinion here. For Pomiaka, what do you think they need to take home? What's the work that they need to do in order to improve as a lineup in the event that they stay together?
I think easy takeaway is just figure out that offlane. Look at what the teams that kind of stomped us in this tournament were able to do. I think they struggled the most. At the same time, though, they've got something to look at. I think first game here, it's sad for Pomiaka because their story in this tournament is literally getting Meepo, playing versus Nouns, playing versus Bami Soy, getting their Huskar put into the ground. I think that's where with these NA squads, it's all about the draft. It's all about that preparation. It's where it's been a very long time since an NA squad has really had a captain to helm the wheel, to be that drafter extraordinaire, knows everything about captain's mode, knows every hero interaction in the game, and can clamor together a great draft no matter what. It's where I think having more of that emphasis on that first end of Dota, it matters so much. Because all these guys, they're very talented players. They're very individually skilled, but it's that cohesion that many NA squads suffer from. At least they're a little bit higher up, got a little bit further in the CQ, but it's where Bami Soy, you can't say enough about them. Completely 180'd after TSM.
Complete 180, playing a lot better, and now having secured themselves top 4 in the qualifiers. But top 4 doesn't necessarily grant you anything. You are here to try and get top 1 because that is what gets you a ticket to Kuala Lumpur. Of course, this is not the last series of the day. The last series of the day is the upper bracket final between TSM and Nouns. 2 squads who ET had very early on called as being the standout teams within the division, and so far their performances have lived up to that billing, and they will be competing for the first slot in the grand finals to determine who gets the ticket to KL. We're going to be finding out exactly how that series pans out. Unfortunately, because this was such a quick stomp, it's going to be a little bit of time. So you have about 2 hours. Go take a walk, make some water, go make lunch or something. Just call some people that you love in your life. Holler at them, let them know to come and join you in a little bit for some more Dota 2 action. Until then, it's Snare and ET here for the CQs of North America for Kuala Lumpur. We'll see you soon.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's